very warm welcome to this first edition of India Flexible Workspace Summit being organized by FICCI in partnership with our knowledge partner CBRE, our principal partner Stylework, our workspace partner WeWork India, and our associate partner HSBC India. I welcome all of you on behalf of FICCI. My name is Deepak Mukhi and I head the regional office of FICCI in Maharashtra and Goa. A very warm welcome to all of you. We have an exciting lineup of sessions and speakers today for today's summit. And this is a very unique program being done after some time because of the pandemic related challenges we have so far faced. However, as we open up, I think some of these spaces are becoming extremely vibrant and important, and we believe that flexible spaces could be one of them. For the inaugural morning session, we have Mr. Raj Menda, who's the Joint Chairman of FICCI Real Estate Committee and Corporate Chairman of RMZ Corp. Sulaja Firodia Motwani, who's the Chairperson of FICCI Maharashtra State Council and also founder and CEO of Kinetic Green Energy. Sparsh Khandelwal, who's the founder, CEO, and Managing Director of Stylework, who's also our partner. Abhinav Joshi, Head of Research from CBRE. Mr. Anand Singhania, Co-Chair FICCI Maharashtra State Council. We also have our senior colleagues from FICCI. Unfortunately, Mr. Anshman Magazine was to join us from CBRE, but he, for some last-minute challenges, he could not join us. So Abhinav would be representing him. And we will be also joined by Mr. Ashish Kumar Singh little later part of the program, who's the additional Chief Secretary at the Chief Minister Office of Government of Maharashtra. So without further delay, let me invite our chair, Ms. Sulaja Firodia Motwani, for her opening remarks.
You're on mute.
Yes. Thank you, Deepak. Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of FICCI and specifically FICCI Maharashtra as well, it's my pleasure to give this welcome address or to welcome all of you to this really wonderful and first of its kind seminar summit on virtual India flexible workspaces. It's been organized by FICCI, not just FICCI Maharashtra, but FICCI at the national level, from where we have many participants today. And the theme is really to understand the opportunities and advantages of this kind of flexible working or hybrid working in the post-COVID era, where we've seen a lot of change. Ashish Singhji, who is the Additional Chief Secretary to Maharashtra CM, Chief Minister's Office, will join us in a few minutes, and we really look forward to his participation. So let me welcome all the members once again. We have a wonderful set of speakers and we have a great response of participants, and I welcome all of you to this session. I want to specifically and specially welcome Mr. Raj Menda, who is the chair of the FICCI's Real Estate Committee and corporate chairman of RMZ Corp. And under his leadership, the FICCI Real Estate Committee has been actively engaging with the government and other stakeholders on many challenges faced by this sector. And I'm really looking forward to his views on this flex space topic. We also welcome our friends from CBRE. Mr. Abhinav Joshi is here. And in fact, FICCI and CBRE have worked, as Deepak mentioned, on a report together on this report attempts to provide insight into the future of flexible workspaces. And we would like to request Abhinav to present this report to the participants today. We also believe that all the stakeholders who have joined us today, developers, operators, occupiers, service providers, will find the contents of this report very useful, and we really encourage you to read and give us your feedback on the report as well. I want to also welcome Sparsh, Mr. Sparsh Khandelwal, who is the founder of Stylework, and they are the principal partners of this summit. So welcome to you, Sparsh. As we all know, post-COVID, we've seen a lot of changes, at all levels, whether it's on our professional lives and the big corporates are working. We were just discussing before the session started on, the different trends. And I personally believe that the flexible workspaces as an area, as a segment, is going to definitely see a lot more traction in this post-COVID era. Flexible workspaces provide, of course, flexibility, They provide speed. They provide ability to cost optimize and focus your resources on your core business. They also provide a wonderful working environment. So there are so many benefits, and therefore this concept, which was quite novel in India, has really seen a lot of traction in the recent times. And I believe in the post-COVID era, there will be many trends that will define the future of this the segment. What we really want to understand from the speakers today is really what these trends are. In view of these trends, what kind of sustainable business models can be built on flexible workspaces? How can the various stakeholders take advantage of this opportunity? We really would like to understand if flexible workspaces are limited to startups and small companies, or whether we can expect the larger corporates and MNCs also to participate in this, this style of working. We would like to know what are the trends with respect to metro cities and the tier 2 towns. While the concept picked up in the metro cities, whether we are seeing a lot more acceptance in the smaller towns, whether it provides any special benefits in the smaller towns. Are there opportunities mushrooming in the smaller towns? So really in today's session, we are looking forward to brainstorming all this, understanding from experts their views on this, on how we can build sustainable models and offer flexible workspaces not only to startups and SMEs, but also to large corporates. And what are the key factors which are driving the future of this opportunity? So with that, really, I want to just once again say that I'm excited to be part of this event. And I want to welcome the speakers, the delegates, the friends from media, my colleagues from FICCI, our co-chair, Mr. Anand Singhania, and all of you. And we want to thank you for your time and for your participation. So with that, over back to you, Deepak. And once again, wonderful seeing all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sulajja ji, for setting the context for the program and what we are expecting out of
to predict the future of the cities they are in. So when there's uncertainty in the city that they operate in or in the economy that they're operating in, they prefer to take leases which don't have long commitments, which typically developers like ourselves expect longer commitments for the leases on their spaces. So they would prefer to take flex spaces because of either their growth being very rapid, so they're not sure how much space they need, or if there's uncertainty around them, so they want shorter term commitments and do not want to invest even in furnishing their spaces. So they obviously will choose options like moving to flex spaces. I also see around, and I think if you look at analyzing which micro markets will be a more sure shot way of analyzing what you need to do for the future. I believe if you look at where the startup ecosystem is very predominant, like cities like Bangalore and Pune, where these startup microsystems are very predominant, where so I believe that that's where you will be able to provide a lot more flex spaces, because that's the need of the hour. And obviously where there's growth of the multinationals, which is happening, so they need short-term spaces for various special purpose applications. They do take spaces temporarily outside, especially the applications that they need to work on just last for a few months. So they don't want to commit to long-term spaces. So this is in terms of where I believe we have to keep thinking about where the growth is coming from. But I think I need to put a little level of caution into the conversation. I believe that because of the pandemic, the vacancy of the small buildings, and when I refer to small, I mean 25,000 square feet buildings, I've seen in many cities a huge lot of vacancy, because a lot of these small startups, small companies have moved back either to their homes or just shut down. And so there's a huge lot of space in all these cities of buildings of 25,000 square feet. Now, obviously, these developers who have already developed these office spaces have got either the old furniture lying there, or are willing to furnish their space and act like a one-off competition into the the current available supply side of the business. So there'll be a lot of these one-offs coming through. So unless I believe that the branded companies which are which are striving well have a very strong differentiator, that they'll find it difficult to compete with the local one-offs who will just cut them on the price just to fill their own spaces. So I think with that, a few thoughts, I would like to hand it over back to Deepak. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views, and those are very encouraging comments. May I now move on to our next speaker, who's a young entrepreneur and looking to create a disruptive technology within this ecosystem. His name is Sparsh Khandelwal, who's the founder, CEO, and managing director of Stylework. Stylework is a leading new age tech-based flexible workspace aggregator in India, and it envisions for hybrid disruptions in the co-working industry around the globe. Sparsh, over to you.
Thank you, Deepak, for that introduction, and thanks everybody for joining in today's summit. It feels a privilege to be a part of the first of a kind India Flexible Workspace Summit. And I think that's a different level for the entire flexible workspace industry in India from here. I would like to just show you a clip before we move on, and I speak about a little bit about the flexible aggregation and what is happening around it. Just a second. Thank you everyone for listening to that. I'll just open up the context a little bit more about the flexible industry and what is happening around, and some of the summit key agendas up here. So the idea was to promote remote flexible working in tier 1, 2, and 3, and tier 2 and 3 and 3 cities as well. So co-working is the leading trend, becoming a favorable option, and it's giving in a lot of power to an economic paradigm shift that can happen in tier 2 and tier 3 cities primarily. So to share, and also one of the key agenda of the summit is to bring in informed and well-researched white paper survey report between FICCI and CBRE India. So we can also speak about a lot on the infrastructure, the tech-enabled infrastructure that would actually give power to the flexible hybrid working process for multinational corporations, startups, and SMEs going forward. So about Styleworks, so Styleworks is India's leading tech-enabled flex space aggregator in this industry of commercial real estate. So primarily, I'll move into the context of how the shift is there and how the mix between the core plus flex is moving around. So traditional offices were taken in, there was an era when traditional offices were very much required when the digital infrastructure of technology was not around. But such traditional conventional offices, there is a shift that is coming along at the moment. Why that is happening is because there is high capex involved inside the leasehold, furniture, electrical equipment. There are overheads involved for the operational cost. There's a limited pool of talent that can come in to these hub cities. And then also there is a relocation expense. It's like companies on an average pay 10K for an employee relocation. So some more problems, on the traditional office side for employees on that note is, in tier 1 cities, there is a 50-minute average spend time. And then there is a high cost of living, approximately 30 to 50% higher than tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And then travel cost is approximately 4,000 to 5,000 a month for an employee, constitute up to 10% of the salary of low-level employees. And then also the work-life balance. There's a little distributed work-life balance leading to increased anxiety, stress, and more burnouts. So if you'd see, people migrating to metro cities for job search, that's the data between 2015 to 2021, there has been a surge. Now, what is happening on that end is that offices and high-paying jobs are available in metro cities only, and brightest mind of tier 2 and tier 3 cities move to metro cities in search of better jobs, limited economic activities in tier 2 and 3 cities, high property rates in metro cities, and low infrastructure development in these areas, leading to increased cost of living. So, we all talk about what's the solution. Is it work from home? Not really, because the problems are there is lack of infrastructure, constant power cuts, slow internet connectivity, social isolation, failing to network, blurred line between personal and professional line, distractions, uninspiring work environment. So what's the solution? I guess between these two, the midway is hub and spoke and hybrid flexible workspace models that can come in and solve the problems in this new normal. So a hub and spoke model primarily, could be a hub central headquarters of the company, maybe in tier 1 cities, and spoke satellite offices and spoke offices in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So for hubs, it could be employees living nearby. It can be used for critical meetings, brainstorming sessions, data center for both online and offline. And spokes, it could spread across different cities on a walking or 10 to 15 minutes drive from employees' home. So that's the entire shift that is happening from single private offices to multiple workstations. There are more models that are coming along in tier 1 cities and tier 2, 3, 4 cities. So era of flexi passes is here, and inside tier 1 cities, and there could be minimum guarantee of seats, there could be minimum guarantee of visits, spaces, and all of that just takes the flexibility to a third level and fourth level in this industry and in this market. So there are a lot of cost benefits that comes to corporations in terms of direct and indirect. Like direct, absolutely due to the minimum guarantee models that these flexible workspaces and memberships offers, there's a drop in annual office rooftop cost with roster flexibilities and MGs of seats and visits, and save on travel costs, no capital investment. We also end up save on payroll when we hire more employees towards tier 2 and tier 3 cities for the same talent and same talent pool. So, moving along, I would like to throw in some light over the economic paradigm shift and how the economic paradigm shift can happen if more and more companies move toward flexible workspaces, and this is more empowered. So there'll be more peaceful state of mind. The local economies would get a boost in these cities. Go green will happen when a lot of millennials will move from urban cities towards these 2 and 3 cities. Local infrastructure would be boosted, and that goes in alignment with the smart city plans of the government. And then startup movement collaborations would increase up in all of this. So as an aggregator or as a function, we wanted to take up this flexibility and technology to a next level so that this could be availed by as many companies as possible. So for that, a corporate product suite exists, and that's a technology that's where an admin panel and an employee app is linked in. Through admin panel, there could be different flexible memberships that could be aligned in, that could be allocated into different set of teams, and could be changed and tracked back through the employee app, something like that. Some glimpses how it goes. And there could be detailed planning for even conglomerates in this flexible industry, right from the line of businesses to strategic business units to the corporate office to different departments and different structuring that can happen. A lot of, if you'll see on this, like this is the master chart of the flexibility that we're trying to open in this industry. It moves from interconnection to configuration to data in real time to interface of the admin panel to varying facilities and amenities, availability guarantees, benefits classification, geography, location, usage, hierarchy, duration, and the admin panel location. And then with this increasing flexible services and brands all across, there are value-added services that comes in this plug and play, offices with mobile offices allowed in, building management systems, concierge service, technology and friendly IT, cybersecurity, women-friendly spaces, and a lot more that is evolving in this space. So I think the conclusion is that the hub and spoke model in co-working industry is the future and the need of the hour. And it not only creates a direct impact on corporates and its employees financially, but also impacts the productivity and health indirectly. So since the independence, we have tried to uplift the regional economies. And now as we're going to celebrate the 75th Independence Day on Sunday, so hub and spoke model is going to be an inflection point in empowering our regional economies. So thank you everybody for joining in. And I hope the industry flow in from here. And cheers. Over to you, Deepak.
Thank you, Sparsh, for sharing this concept interestingly. And I think, as you rightly said, tier one, apart from tier one, tier two cities are going to play a big role in it. And all the best to you and your, startup that, it finds right places and right sort of stakeholders to be with you. So as informed in the beginning that we have worked with our knowledge partner CBRE to bring out a report which primarily talks about the future of flexible workspace, especially in the context of the COVID-19 challenges which we have faced. So before I invite a presentation on the report, I would like to officially get this released. And since these are virtual days, so I would request my colleague Gaurav to please share the screen to open the and inaugurate the virtual report, which will soon be available on FICCI website for all the audience which is with us here on FICCI Bike platform as well as on YouTube. Thank you, Gaurav. So this is a very interesting report, and I just went through and a very interesting context it gives on the flexible workspace, and I think Abhinav will share more details with us on the report. So may I now invite Abhinav to give the presentation on the report, the FICCI CBRE report. Abhinav is Head of Research for India, Middle East, and North Africa for CBRE, and he has over 16 plus years of experience in commercial real estate from top IPC in the world. And he's also member of the Asia Pacific Research Executive Committee of the organization. So Abhinav, over to you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Deepak. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible and the screen is visible.
Yes, yes, it is.
Great. Thank you so much. On behalf of CBRE, I would like to thank FICCI, Styleworks, and all our partners for this wonderful opportunity to attend this conference and also to work on this exclusive research piece on flexible workspaces and what's the future. Now, as part of this report, what we've done is we've come out with a very comprehensive operator survey. So we've covered some of the leading flex space operators in the country who already have a very large operational stock in tier 1 and tier 2 cities. And this has been jointly conducted by CBRE India's research team and our advisory and transactions group. In terms of the respondent profile, while the survey was conducted in July 2021, the respondents included key operators who cover more than half of India's flexible office space stock. And if you look at the split on the left-hand side in terms of operator type, about 64% of them were offering hybrid space offerings, which means a mix of customized managed spaces for enterprise clients or the larger corporates as they're called. And about 36% of them were offering pure play managed office spaces. In terms of the size of their portfolio or their footprint, a little more than half of them can be classified as large sized, as they had an already existing portfolio of over 1 million square feet. Another 27% can be classified as medium-sized, as they were anywhere from 300,000 to 1 million square feet, and the rest were small-sized players. And these are just the findings of the survey in a very, very crisp and concise manner that we wanted to present on this one slide. We've tried to categorize them into two buckets. On the left-hand side, you see the changes or strategies post-COVID-19 in terms of seamless integration of value-added services or new techniques for space acquisition on part of these operators. And on the right-hand side, you see some of the future growth indicators. So if you focus on the left, what we clearly see is that across the board, almost the entire respondent set confirmed that regardless of the segment of occupiers that they cater to, they're offering a comprehensive tech-based support in the form of user-centric technology, applications for pre-booking of seats, meeting rooms, rostering technology, use of third-party tech platforms for on-demand booking, automated access to premises, besides use of technology for automated lighting, touchless environment, etc. So, a comprehensive tech-enhanced environment given the present context. Also, undoubtedly, there is a large focus on health and safety offerings for employees. So health and thermal screening, controlling indoor air quality through more efficient air filtration, enhanced natural lighting, biophilic design, acoustic management, etc. And from a space acquisition perspective, till pre-COVID, at least till Q1 2020, we used to see that mostly the operators were signing traditional lease agreements with landlords. But now what we're seeing is that these are strategic partnerships, wherein we're seeing a very innovative revenue sharing or rental partnerships and management agreements are also being explored. In terms of the future indicators, the entire respondent set confirmed that they will be increasing their portfolio in the country in the next 2 to 3 years. I think that's extremely positive news, given the rise in appetite for flex spaces from corporate occupiers and all the points that Sparsh touched upon and Mr. Menda touched upon earlier. I think this is extremely positive, and almost all of them said that this increase is going to be at least more than 30%. About 64% also said that they will also increase the average size of their offering or their facilities. What's really interesting is that more than half said that we would be expanding not just in tier 1 cities, but also in tier 2 cities. So there is further percolation happening in smaller markets. In tier 1 cities, of course, the focus is on relatively underpenetrated markets, which means markets like Hyderabad or Chennai or Pune, because Delhi, NCR, Mumbai, Bangalore have sort of been the gateway cities for these operators. And in tier 2 cities where the entry is largely going to be guided by availability of talent or infrastructure and entry and expansion of leading corporates or rising demand from SMEs. The top cities that stood out were Kochi, where almost 80% of the operators said that they have an interest, for expanding in that particular market, followed by Ahmedabad, Jaipur, Chandigarh, Indore, Lucknow, Coimbatore, Trivandrum, and Nagpur. So across the board in South, West, and North, not just in tier 1 markets, but also in tier 2 markets, we're seeing flex space operators expand. And naturally, that's obviously as a result of rising demand. We also saw that about 60-65% of the respondents were accommodative for tenant concerns, especially given the present context, as far as flexibility around leasing terms and tenures are concerned, which is a welcome move. Close to 60% said that they plan to increase their portfolio primarily in managed offices and hybrid space offerings. These are segments that cater to mostly larger corporates. And then there was a certain percentage that also said that, look, space design and space format or alteration of space per capita is also that, they're looking at, given the fact that there is a rising demand for more collaborative spaces and safe distancing. Now, in this slide and the next 2 slides, we've basically tried to highlight the changing strategies of various stakeholders in the flex space environment. We're doing a comparison between the pre-COVID era, which is till Q1 2020, and post-COVID, which is post-Q1 2020. So we're calling pre-COVID or till Q1 2020 as the 10 phase. And post-Q1 2020 is, you can call it now or the future, these trends will most likely continue. As far as the operators are concerned, at that point in time, the focus was largely on expanding their footprint in some of the top cities. there was a focus on enterprise clients and giving them managed office spaces. So that move from pure play shared office spaces or pure play co-working towards a customized managed office environment had already started. And with landlords, they were mostly striking very traditional lease agreements. What we're seeing now, and given the volatility we've seen in the last 1.5 years and the impact on occupancy, especially last year, there is a lot of focus on improving their tenancy profile. So they're looking at larger corporates and, of course, profitability of their operational centers. They're focusing on amenitization, tech enhancement, and a lot of value-added offerings. There's also a lot of focus on flexibility, offering flexibility and innovative solutions or deal structures to tenants. While with landlords now, what we're seeing is, as I highlighted earlier, a lot of new rental partnerships of revenue share partnerships, management agreements, or very innovative portfolio tie-ups are coming up. As far as the occupiers are concerned, now this is not a result of this survey, but because of various structured and unstructured interactions we have with corporate occupiers in India and globally. At that point in time, then they were looking at flex spaces more from a short to medium term real estate capital light needs perspective. There was a rising demand for managed spaces, as highlighted earlier. And advent of the gig economy or the sharing economy, with a lot of focus on ease of commute and commute times were some of the major factors that were driving demand. In fact, some of these factors are still quite relevant. What we're seeing now is that on part of occupiers, there's a lot of focus on flex spaces, and they've become integral to their medium to long-term portfolio strategy. And of course, a lot of other concepts like core plus flex strategies or inculcating a location agnostic work from anywhere concept or implementation of their hub and spoke models. For all of that, flex spaces, are really integral. And of course, there is also greater appetite for agility, flexibility, where flex spaces really come in, and they want, a tech-enhanced environment, and also a lot of focus on health and wellness elements for their employees. And finally, the third stakeholders, which are the developers or the landlords. At that point in time, then they were looking at flex spaces as just part of their tenant mix. They were mostly treating operators as lessees rather than as strategic partners. They were signing mostly traditional agreements, but there were certain, I would say, entrepreneurial developers out there in cities like Bangalore or Mumbai who had started conceiving their own brands, coming up with their own platforms on flex spaces. What we're seeing now is, a concept that is becoming extremely popular globally. It's called hotelization of office space. What that really means is that within the same asset, you have diverse offerings. You focus on quality. You focus on, customized requirements, where flex spaces also play a very integral role. They're also coming up with creative partnerships with flex operators, as already highlighted earlier. And very interestingly, a trend which we may see in India going forward, but it's already becoming prevalent globally, is that landlords are also striving to find the optimum share of flex spaces as part of their portfolio with an eye on their valuations. It's being felt that if a certain optimum proportion of flex space is present in the overall portfolio, it can have a positive impact on overall portfolio valuation as well, given the rise in appetite for flex spaces amongst occupiers. And this is my last slide. We've just identified some future growth indicators for this sector. On the left-hand side, you see these 5 indicators. They're mostly COVID-induced, if I can say that. There is uncertainty around workforce projections, headcount projections. There is a lot of focus on portfolio optimization on part of corporates. They want to implement hub and spoke model, and that's where flex spaces, really come handy. It's easier to implement hub and spoke using flex spaces. So you have a traditional office space as a hub, and then you can have different spokes of, flex spaces in different parts of the city or even tier 2 cities for that matter. A lot of focus on risk mitigation via short-term stopgap measures. And of course, increased appetite for flexibility and agility in deal making and for portfolio planning. And for all these factors, flex really plays a very integral part. On the right-hand side, we see some of the new trends that are coming up, which will also continue to drive demand for this sector. You're seeing rising number of strategic partnerships and acquisitions between operators, between landlord and operators, between investors and operators, and even occupiers and operators for that matter. There is obviously a demand bag expansion by operators in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, as already highlighted by our survey. A lot of focus on value-added offerings. Business models are evolving very rapidly. We're seeing this growing interest in subscription-based models as they offer a more distributed network for people and space offerings. And of course, there is an increased need for marketplace aggregators on part of occupiers as they want service providers to find, shortlist, and finalize appropriate flex space options given their portfolios and their short-term, medium-term, and long-term objectives. And this is where players like CBRE can really come in and support the needs of our clients. That's about it at my end. Please go through the report to find out more insights about the report. And thank you so much, Deepak. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Abhinav. That was indeed an interesting, presentation and the outcome of the survey which CBRE has done. And surely future growth drivers for the flexible space industry are quite interesting to follow. I hope people attending this will find this very useful. And as I said, that this will be shortly available on the FICCI website. We will be sharing the link for download towards the second session when we rejoin for the second session. So thank you very much, Abhinav, and our entire team of CBRE for putting this together for this particular program. Now, moving on to our next speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Gupta, who's the Managing Director and CEO of AN Corporate Transformation. Mr. Gupta has over 40 years of diverse global leadership experience, having worked with various industries across the world with top MNCs, including GE, Honeywell, ABP, Reliance Infrastructure, NTPC, and is currently also supporting the startup ecosystem. So, Mr. Gupta, may I request you for your remarks?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you for getting me into the discussion. I should just say one thing. Having worked across the world in GE, General Electric, and US, Middle East, Africa, as well as in Honeywell, India, clearly I see a great shift coming up in this flex space, at least for corporates, large corporates, right? US, of course, was way ahead in terms of virtual offices, digitization, and flex space. But more I see the shift coming up. Rather, I noticed one of the reports saying that India has become number 2 in co-working spaces. And the largest growth is going to be in India and Germany, frankly. And what's very encouraging is you need aggregators. What Uber did for transportation, or Oirooms did for, or Amazon did for that. I think aggregators, when they come forward, like Styleworks and others, will really actually consolidate and expand this across, which will also help both the supply side, getting all the supply side of workspace operate supply chain, as well as the demand side, whether it's corporate, SMEs, as well as startups. And being a part of the startup world, I think that and startup journey starting from ground zero to a unicorn, the whole journey, many of them have used flex spaces itself. So in short, very happy to see this focus on flex spaces, and also very happy to see aggregators now coming in, which will literally expand, consolidate the whole marketplace and workplace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for those remarks. Since we had a short speaker, we are ending this particular session a little early. Mr. Singh would be joining a little later, so we will have him in our next session, which starts at 12. So before I conclude this particular session, I would like to invite our co-chair, Mr. Anand Singhania, to give a vote of thanks for this particular session. Mr. Singhania, over to you.
Thank you, Deepak. Distinguished panel, Mr. Raj Menda, Joint Chairman, FICCI Real Estate Committee, Sulaja Firodia Motwani, Chairman of the Maharashtra State Council, Sparsh Khandelwal, the founder CEO of Stylework, who connected from Stylework City, Mr. Gupta, who came in from CEO and MD of AN Corporate Transformation, our very distinguished panelist, Mr. Abhinav Joshi, who took us through such excellent presentations, friends of the media, participating delegates, both online and on those connected on the live streaming platform. A very good morning to you all. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to propose this vote of thanks to this esteemed panel, as well as the audience, for this first virtual India Flexible Workspace Summit 2021, being organized by FICCI. You've always been, our sincere thanks to Sri Raj Menda, FICCI's Joint National Chair for the Real Estate Committee and Corporate Chairman of RMZ Corp, for sharing his views on the subject, which were extremely inspiring. Our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Abhinav Joshi, Head of Research, India, Middle East, and North Africa, CBRE, and the entire team of CBRE for bringing out a timely and in-depth report on the flexible workspaces. I wonder, we just heard about how Google is going to have differential pay for those working from home or those working from, closer to their workplaces. I really wonder how that will be in the Indian ecospace. Very interesting findings of the trends were shared by you. We greatly value this joint knowledge partnership and hope to collaborate with you in the future as well. We'd like to thank Mr. Sparsh Khandelwal and the entire team of Stylework, who collaborated with us as the principal partner of the summit and worked closely with the FICCI team on all aspects of the summit. Last but not the least, we'd like to thank our Workspace partner, WeWork India, associate sponsor, HSBC India, participants from across the country, and friends from the media for collaborating and participating in the summit. Without you, the summit would not have shaped up so well. Before closing, I request you all to remain connected for the 2 upcoming sessions on flexible working in India and future of flex post-lunch session, and take the benefit of the exciting discussions scheduled ahead. I am confident that participants will greatly benefit from these sessions as well and will be able to network on the FICCI Bike platform. Please do visit our partners' booth and connect with them using the chat function. Thank you, Deepak, for organizing this and the entire FICCI team in the center, and wish all of you a great time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singhania, for the vote of thanks. As Mr. Singhania requested that please do remain connected on the FICCI Bike platform, where you can, through the networking lounge, try to connect with other participants who are online with us, do chat, and also connect with our partners on their booth. The second session, or the plenary session, first session, will be taking place at 12 noon, and the session will focus on flexible working in India, opportunities and sustainable work spaces for startups, SMEs, and large corporates. Ms. Malini Gupta, who's the resident editor of the Financial Express, will be moderating that session. And we have Mr. Karan Virvani, CEO of WeWork India, Raghav Chandra, co-founder of Urban Company, Mr. Ram Chandnani, MD Advisory and Transaction Service, CBRE, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Vice President, Global Head of Indirects Entity Global Sourcing, and Mr. Anil Gupta, Managing Partner and CEO of AN Corporate Transformation for that particular session. We will also be having a very exciting session with topmost founders of operators side at 2 p.m., where the session would talk about future of flex, growth drivers for operators ecosystem. And we'll have Nitish Sharda, founder of SmartWorks, Amit Ramani, founder and CEO of Office Space Solution, Mr. Rishi Das, co-founder and chairman of IndieCube, Kunal Walia, founder and CEO of Simply Work, Sparsh from Stylework, and the session would be moderated by Pulkit Bakshi, who's the head of Flexible Workspace Solution in CBRE. So I look forward to having all of you who have been part of so far this particular program on Bike and YouTube to come back and join us for these two sessions. For the time being, we sign off and take a small break, and we'll see you in the second session of the day. Thank you very much for joining this morning session.
We are live now.
Okay. We are live on bike as well.
We are live now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, for joining us for the first plenary session, which would focus on flexible working in India, opportunities and sustainable workspaces for startup SMEs and live on bike as well, and large corporates. I'm so sorry. I think I'm just hearing my own. So this particular session, aims to deliberate on opportunities for startups, MSMEs, and large corporates for building sustainable workspaces through co-working and flexible facilities across major and important cities in India. As you know, that tier 2 cities are also coming up and adopting this particular model very well. We have a very exciting set of panelists with us: Karan Virvani, CEO of WeWork India, no need of introduction; Raghav Chandra, co-founder of Urban Company, another unicorn in set of our increasingly big set of unicorns. Raghav is one of them. Ram Chandani, who's the MD Advisory and Transaction Services at CBRE. Mr. Arvind Kumar, Vice President, Global Head of Indirects, Entity Global Sourcing, and Mr. Anil Gupta, Managing Partner and CEO of AN Corporate Transformation. The session will be moderated by Ms. Malini Gupta, who's the resident editor of the Financial Express. And Malini has over 25 years of experience cutting across multiple sector, be it business, politics, society. She has covered all kind of mediums and through all kind of larger media, be it Economic Times, India Today, Business Standard, and now Financial Express. So over to you, Malini, for this particular session.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. And it's truly exciting because we really think there's a story in this as well, considering the pandemic has really changed and transformed the way we work and the way how workspaces will function. So I think that we can start off by inviting each of the panelists to share their views in a quick, summation of what they view of their view of the sector and this, the stakeholders that they kind of work with or represent. In a quick 2-minute, 3-minute roundup, if we can do, and then I can come down to specific questions thereafter. So does that work? And does it work?
Yep.
Okay, so without wasting much time, I'd like to invite Karan Virvani. Karan, if you can share with us from an operator's perspective, how does this, how is the workspace being redefined, and what kind of models are companies looking at, given that work from anywhere is pretty much going to be a very core part of how companies conduct business and how sort of they get their employees to work. So how are companies looking at flexible workspaces, co-working spaces? As we discussed earlier, the shift from owning your real estate to having it managed and outsourced. So Karan, would you like to go first?
Yeah, definitely. Firstly, thanks. Thank you, FICCI, and thank you, Malini, for having us and hosting us. So, when we started or when we got on this journey with WeWork almost 5 years ago, it started with a very different sort of problem that we were solving. We were looking at smaller businesses, startups who wanted, a sense of network community, wanted to be in inspiring spaces. And we believed that that was a great way to fuel the smaller business ecosystem in India. And through the years, what's happened is that it's progressed from not just being for smaller startups, but actually being for all sorts of enterprises, larger enterprises and things like that, because of many reasons: flexibility in cost, flexibility in location, safe working environments that are managed by professionals or professionally managed, and also just an environment where their employees actually have an incredible experience. They're able to connect not only with each other within their organization, but with other organizations and other employees, and really build both a professional life as well as a social life in a workspace, in a place where you actually spend close to about 12 hours, 10 to 12 hours in a day, 5 days a week at the very least. What's happened with COVID is that, we went through this work from home scenario, and where people were moved out of all of these traditional offices and moved into their home, and understood that, it can work. Remote working is a possibility. You're working in different styles, and delivering productivity is actually a great possibility, and also a great experience in a lot of cases. But what's happened is that obviously working from home over the long term is not sustainable due to many reasons, whether it be infrastructure, whether it be need for collaboration, need for innovation constantly in your organization, the need to build culture, and the need to just have a place where employees of the same company can actually come together at various points through the work cycle, if you want to look at that, to touch base. So the office remains relevant for those reasons. And so coming out of the pandemic, what we see is that all companies have now realized that I do want flexibility in my portfolio. I do want to provide flexibility to my employees, because it's going to help me actually attract employees, and also give them the ability to have some sort of a balance and not have to always commute and spend hours coming to a workspace. So work from anywhere has become a big trend. But what has happened increasingly, and what we're seeing, is that organizations have now realized I have employees of different nature that have different working styles. And some may need to come back to the office 100%. Some could work from home 100%. But a big chunk of them actually will be in a hybrid type of environment, where they come in and on certain days or for certain chunks of the year, certain chunks of the month, but don't have to come in for the rest of the time. And that's where flexible workspace providers have come in, where we are able to provide flexibility, a safe workspace, and give multiple working options to one company, rather than them having to be stuck with one format of office for their employees moving forward. And those are the trends that we're seeing. And it's being adopted by who you might even consider as the most traditional type of employer or company that would have never looked at this in the past. I think COVID has accelerated, that dramatically. And maybe Ram, has a better view of that, because he gets to see a lot of it. But we have definitely seen that happen over the last 18 months in a big way.
Right. That's interesting, and I'll come back with a couple of questions a little later in the day. Can we go to Arvind? Can I come to you on this one, considering that he's talking about how corporations are viewing this whole thing? What's your view on corporations? And you mentioned that you have fair amount of experience both in India as well as outside. How are companies looking at office spaces now, given that the world is not going to return to work at the same pace? There are different kinds of problems, and as Karan mentioned, there are different kinds of needs that different employees will have. So what's your take on this one?
So thanks, Malini, and thanks, FICCI, for allowing me to participate today in this session. I think it's very interesting, Malini. I have a very different view. Means I understand Karan's view, and I agree to a lot of what he said. But there's at a corporate level, there's a big shift. For example, we are a Japanese company. We are one of the world's largest Japanese tech companies. We're in over 100 countries. It's been a very interesting dynamic for us, because pre-COVID, the co-working environment was a very different use and purpose. Post-COVID, we're relooking at the whole strategy. couple of things for us to consider. Number one is we are starting to assess, we all felt as occupiers, we need to manage big real estate portfolios, right? We have real estate teams, CRE teams, FM teams managing, then sub-vendors all over the place, landlords, leases. It's a complex process. One thing we realized as the pandemic hit us is offices are empty. And what we realized, we had so much real estate sitting out there that nobody ever went to use anymore. And we still have companies within NTT worldwide that still haven't come to the office and may not still come till next year. Right? So having said that, one of the things that came up to us for consideration is looking at the hub and spoke model, what Ram initially was also talking about and Karan mentioned. We wanted to assess, is it really making sense to have these big mega offices like in India, you have 10,000 people, 20,000 people, campuses, offices. Yes, it made sense in some time. But now with the new way of living and working, we started reassessing that strategy. And that's where I think, I would not say really co-working, but what I would say is managed service partners, because it's more of managing the outcome of a real estate strategy, which combines real estate space, furniture design and production of the space, and then managing the space. So one of the big areas, Molly, for us is we have started considering partners such as WeWork and IWG and others in various markets to look at, first of all, how can they give us flexibility? Because we really don't want to go back to big offices. Also, what Karan mentioned is true, because we have started assessing the workforce population. And depending on what kind of work they do, we are assessing whether they come to work once a month, once a day, 5 days a week, twice a week, and so on. Because of that, the space needs are also reducing drastically. And also the space design is changing drastically, because now it's more focused on collaboration, innovation, and really meeting and engaging. To do day-to-day transactional work, we're actually pushing more to a home-based environment. So that's where the whole hybrid concept is coming in. So we don't want people to just come to work to do email, right? If you're coming to work, let's have a better engagement and better mix of that time, and then let's do work at home. So the space is being redesigned also. Having said that, now the question came is all this real estate sitting up there, which means we need flexibility. Also, we are looking at a hub and spoke model, which means we are saying, let's not, especially in places like India, like Bangalore, look at the traffic, it's madness. We don't want people to drive 2 hours one way and 2 hours the other way just to come to work to do email. So we're reassessing the situation, which means we want players in this space, like the WeWorks of the world, IWGs of the world, and maybe even urban company here, is to look at how can they give us the opportunity to manage the flexibility, scalability of space across a city environment, giving us hub and spoke model. So what it means is we would still like to retain the hub, because that's where, culture, the company vision, the company messaging, bringing, there's a certain identity we own as a culture. We can't lose the entire thing and go 100%, to outsource model and lose it, right? And have a shared space. So we still will keep a core area for executives, for client, for social, for collaboration, so on. But then we would like to have the spoke, which is spread across the city. So we maximize time, energy, efficiency, and also make it a positive impact to employees. Like today, employees are losing so much time, energy on roads here in India. It doesn't make sense, right? Third aspect is also cost, right? Now, people will say that going to an outsource model is costlier. But when I really look at the arbitrage over time, and given the flexibility of scaling up and down and so on, and commitments we need to make on large-term leases and all, which are nowadays long when you go directly with the developer, we feel there's a huge opportunity here to maximize the relationship with partners in this space. And the last item is commitments to real estate, right? Today, when you're going into a real estate deal, you have to find an architect. You have to design a guideline. You have to go invest heavy CapEx dollars. The beauty is today, and in India especially, more than anywhere else, the players in the space are able to custom build solutions. So it's not like it's a cookie cutter, I have A model, B model, and that's all you get. They're able to bring some branding aspects to it. They're able to bring some experience aspects to it. And then they're able to create some nice creative space, which is what employees enjoy, because that's what the whole generation started several years ago in the space globally. So we are able to maximize it. So my study currently in India, we're working with Ram, for example, and looking at spaces in cities. They're like Hyderabad, Mumbai, Bangalore, and we're actually relooking at our strategy with our leadership. It's a big change, though, Malini. Not all the leaders in every market are ready to give up our own space. They feel owning space is still, it makes a difference. But we are trying to convince them internally to say, look, we can still maintain the culture, but let us relook at how we do the services, how do we manage it, and let's make sure that we leverage the best of experts in the industry and we manage through them rather than building expertise in-house, because our core business is technology. Our core business is not real estate, right? So that's where I have a different view. And globally, when I sit with leadership, I'm pushing, we're going through a massive reorganization, integration of real estate and entity worldwide. And this is part of our strategy now. So co-working managed service partners is a part of strategy on how we do consolidation, how we find new space. So every time we go through a process, we have to have a checkbox in checking, is this a solution or not? And is it really something we're not going to use, right? So that's kind of how we are looking at it as a company globally. And we are making major changes in moving to this direction now than how we've been many years now in the business.
Okay. One question before I move on and come back to you with another question is that what are you doing with your existing real estate? You said you're sitting on a lot of space. What are you doing? What do you think you plan to do with that?
Well, that's an interesting question, right? It's a tough, we have a lot tied up to it. So we are working with partners like CBRE. Number one is to get rid of space. Number two, we have a very different thought process which we are evaluating. So we have some very good spaces also, right, in campuses and key locations and prime locations across the country. So we are also looking to talk to partners such as WeWork, such as Urban Company, Table Space. We're talking to everybody in the market now to see if they are coming to a property with leverage of CBRE's relationship and the knowledge to say, hey, if I have 10 floors and I'm changing my strategy, and this space can be leveraged by you because it's a prime location, other clients would like to come. And that's another big area where, Malini, I really feel partners such as the flexible working partners add value, because they can take that space from me, reallocate it, repurpose it, refurnish it for a larger mixed population, therefore taking the liability I'm stuck with, but still giving me the space and capacity I want to use. So that's the way we are looking at that space and managing those areas.
Interesting. That's really interesting too. I'll come back to you on the cost aspect, because that's something that is that I'm curious about, and I want to delve deeper into it. But I'll come back on the cost aspect.
Absolutely.
You mentioned you're working with different partners. So I think it's right time to bring in Ram into the conversation. Ram, how are you looking at this from both sides? You have people who have sitting on existing stock. You have working with operators like WeWork, and what are the needs that customers are coming to you with when they are looking for space? So how are you marrying all these 2-3 aspects to solve problems of companies? What are people coming to you with, and what problems are you solving for them?
Thanks, Malini, and thanks, Vicky, for having us on this session. I think it's an interesting time. Over the years, we've partnered with global organizations to look at their portfolio strategies. And not that flexible workspaces haven't been in the mix over the years. I think a lot more today, and obviously COVID has accelerated the way we all look at our operating environments and their portfolios. There are clients who own space, there are clients who are locked in with leases, there are clients who are looking at different strategies depending on growth. India, of course, from an India context, India has been the largest offshoring outsourcing hub across India. And I think the key for everyone to look at is, where does your talent come from? While everyone's looked at the major cities and grown over the major cities and created these centers to attract and retain talent in that work environment, I think the key with the remote working strategies that organizations have adopted due to COVID is that employees can literally deliver from anywhere. And the home environment is not the ideal home environment for people to deliver long term. And we've seen some of those challenges. And while the experiment with COVID has taught us productivity levels were great in the first few months, but productivity levels have seen a challenge. And also the younger workforce wants to meet their colleagues, wants to collaborate, wants to feel part of an organization and that entire social fabric. And that's what they're missing out from. I think what's important for an organization is, where's that talent coming from? And how do we make sure that talent is able to deliver in the long term? I think very importantly, what we need to keep in mind is that what the flexible operators really bring on the table is a quality work environment, which is fully functional, it's collaborative, and they're able to perform and deliver. I think that's the key. A safe environment, of course, keeping the pandemic and the post-pandemic life going forward. But the opportunity for large occupiers is to really relook at their portfolio. As Arvind touched upon, saying, bringing in operating partners who can come in and take their space, create a model to increase the economies of scale and bringing in other occupiers in that space. If it's a long-term lease commitment, then when you're at the end of your lease term, how can you relook at that portfolio with the developers? And today, not only operators are providing flexible solutions, there are developers also who partner with operators to provide those solutions. So if you had lease space from a large developer across India, then they are also creating their own solutions of creating a flexible environment or partnering with a flexible operator like a WeWork, etc., to really bring in that synergy to see how they can address the occupier's need. The key for the occupiers is flexibility, as Arvind mentioned. And I think the importance is scaling up and scaling down. These are uncertain times. And if you want to cater to talent across India who are not just in the tier 1 cities, you have the flexibility to work with a partner who was able to service you across India where your talent sits. And the talent sits across India in many locations. So if you could have a large center in Bangalore, and there are people from across India who work in a Bangalore center or a Delhi center or a Mumbai center or a Chennai or Hyderabad. The key is how do you create that network, bring in operational efficiencies, and provide a safe working environment for people to deliver what you're expecting them to deliver. I think that's the key when you look at portfolios. And more importantly, today, landlords and operators have got a lot more flexible in the way they cater solutions, because you don't have long-term lock-ins that was expected earlier. And depending on the customization you need, those lock-ins and that flexibility can be baked into the contracts. And it's end of the day, space as a service and not just as a space, because you're providing them a fully functional environment, which is project managed through one partner, which is managed on a day-to-day facility operational side. And it's catering to occupiers where their employees are residing, in proximity to where employees are residing. So I think that's the big strategy for occupiers. Commute times do matter, as Arvind mentioned, and commute times have been a concern in the past. But the easiest thing was to bring every employee to one location. The key is employees can deliver from multiple locations, and not that people are not working from home. I think it's about creating that quality work environment that makes them feel part of an organization to be able to deliver in the long term.
Right. Can you give an example, if you can, which could illustrate how a large corporate has come and wanted a rejig in their portfolio, or the entire strategy with which they are looking at real estate and workplaces where they can give the option of to their employees, because commute in every city is bad. I was in Pune last month and it's no better than Delhi or a Bombay. Bangalore, of course, it's best not discussed, because you can't do a day trip. You can do a day trip to Mumbai, but you can't do a day trip to Bangalore because you don't know how long it will take to get back to the airport in the evening.
Not that bad. Bangalore's not that bad. Trust me.
I had
I live
to
in
stay in
Bangalore.
Bangalore against my will, because I was advised that you'll never make it back. Or I still took the 12 o'clock midnight flight out. So you don't want to do that, right? You want to come back and sleep. You want to sleep on your bed, then you really have to take that last flight out, which is at 11:40 kind of thing. It's not the best. It's not the best environment from a traffic point of view, and you don't even have the mass transit transport facilities that you have in some of the other global cities across the world. So do you have an example of a large corporate that I think would illustrate, what
Sure.
is it that what their thinking is and how things are working?
Sure. I'll take an example in Hyderabad, where we were advising a client. I won't name the client because of disclosure contracts that we have. A large corporate that actually owns a campus in Hyderabad went out and evaluated further to their growth expansion on what their needs were, and partnered with a flexible operator to really create a customized solution in proximity to their work environment, while they already owned this large campus and they had opportunity to build out new space within their own campus. The question for this occupier was, should we put in the capital today? And if we put in the capital, it's going to take 24, 30 months to build a new building, fit it out and get operational. Obviously, with the growth and the way things are looking at in India, and you've seen the increase in talent, headcount growths by pretty much everyone in India. India continues to attract that talent with new workforce, with new work coming into India. This client had a need for 1,000 seats, and the opportunity was to then go create. And the space standards were pretty impressive because they're not typically looking at a 5x3 desk. They were looking at a pure play environment which was customized to their solution. So we did a full evaluation for them in evaluating the city, looking at where their employees live, where the employees reside, where are the employees coming from, what are the facilities close by, how will they be able to access the environment, the building, what are the safety standards in the building that can be provided, and really got a partner to provide a customized solution for this client. And we're talking of space standards close to 200 square feet per employee in this environment, and really created a customized solution with a flex partner operator to customize a solution with the branding, with the scale, with the quality expectation that the corporate occupier had. Obviously, the lock-ins expected by the operator were much larger, but I think the key was that how do you create a safe environment as and when the organization goes through their long-term strategy? Because the client was very clear that they want to build out their own campus and build that additional 1 million square feet in their own campus. So we did a scale starting from 1,000 seats, going up to 5,000 seats for this occupier. And the idea was you could scale up in that building and keep adding on as and when the need required. So the idea was to create that 1,000 seats for that immediate requirement and then scale it up to close to 5,000 seats. That was the advantage of bringing in that flexible partner to really create that partnership model. And it was a win-win for the occupier as well as the operator.
Excellent. So you think this is on an ongoing basis, they'll continue with it, or the post-pandemic, the situation will change and they'll actually go back to building the campus? So what was the decision finally that was taken?
They will finally build out their campus, no doubt about it. But that's the big beauty of some of these larger corporations. They have the scale. They are looking at bringing in additional work to India. So they are looking at hiring a lot more people. So it depends on the organization, depends on which part of the business that they're looking at hiring for. If it's a sales organization, the strategy is very different. If it's an R&D setup, it's very different. If it's a BPO, KPO setup, it's very different. So these situations will depend from organization to organization. And the solutions will be catered to and customized when we work with corporate occupier partners.
Right. Got that. From the question that I was asked was internally and in my office about culture. So I think that culture is a question that I'll come to all of you, but since startups have a certain, these days, the whole thing about millennials and workspaces and how they basically, so how do flexi workspaces help creating a conducive culture? In our times, if you had a clean toilet and if you had hygiene and safety standards and, relative accessibility through public transport, you were happy with that workspace. But I guess the ask has gone up with the new next generation. I think the demand for better quality workspaces, I think, has improved, which is good, which is not bad at all. So I think I would like to invite now Raghav to come and talk about how flexi workspaces work for startups, and also when you become a unicorn. So how does that work? Do you still stick to a flexi model, or do you sort of look at your own campuses? How does that work for how does it work for startups? Both, the entire journey of a startup, how does that work?
Yeah, no, great question. I'd begin by saying it's best looked at not being very different based on, I think all companies have the same principles against which they are thinking. And I'll break this into, I think, three primary pillars. For anyone kind of joining into the debate, it's important to differentiate the trend versus why the trend exists. Because doing things because of a trend is just a bad reason. So first is, why are we discussing this, right? I think pre-pandemic, there was just one way to work, which was an office for the large population. The innovation cost of figuring out other ways to work was pointless, so people just stuck to the model. Pandemic happened, that was a forcing function, it was not a choice. So hence people evolved, figured out some advantages, perhaps some disadvantages of this alternative of working. Right now we're nearing the close of this, and now there is a choice for anyone who's experienced or the trend of, hey, there's this flexible work from home kind of model evolving. That poses a choice on, is there a different model than any of those two? I think going back to either like pure pandemic remote or pure office, both, there's a lot of middle ground between which kind of starts to open up, right? I think that's why this debate is an important, necessary one. Now, this comes to the second point, which is why should a company decide what model works for them? At a very simple level, I think this breaks into two parts. There is a part, if you look at an employee, there is a productivity angle to him, and then there is a culture angle to him. And let me throw some more nuance here. When I say productivity, it means things like, commute becomes one part of it. Focused work becomes another part. Focused work, for example, an engineer would hate getting disturbed 20 times a day. So he actually likes working from home if he wants to focus, right? Versus an office where anyone will just jump in. Teamwork is another important part in productivity, which is a huge disadvantage when it comes to working from home, because everything has to be scheduled. I mean, there are ways to solve it, but by and large, it's just harder to solve for teamwork versus when you were in office. Discipline is another part of productivity. I think one of the biggest struggles for almost every company is the best employees will thrive at work from home, but the average employee will struggle with discipline. The manager can't do much, right? They need coaching, they need some oversight, right? And I think those are the fallouts, some of that. Productivity, in my opinion, is an open debate. I don't think anyone has a very strong answer on which model works. I think it works differently for different teams, so even different cohorts of people. In fact, I personally used to think that work from home is really productive, but that's maybe for me. When I look at the teams, by and large, there's some people who just hate it. I mean, if teams with families who don't like working from home because they have like their kids who are jumping around and school chal raha in the next 2 minutes, they don't feel as productive as maybe someone who's living, with a much smaller set of folks in the house. I think some of those become interesting. Productivity is a tough debate. Culture is an interesting one. Culture is things like, all the unplanned stuff. I would say, the multitasking which needs to happen, the coffee side, the coffee table chats. If you want to add a tough meeting, end of the day, I'll take you out for a drink, or I'll, catch up with you to just lighten the mood. And those are the small nudges which set culture, which is very hard in work. I think in culture, to be honest, the verdict, by and large, in my opinion, is office wins. It's very hard to create and imitate some of those in a remote Zoom setting. And I think productivity in culture debate is what I think starts to set the way of working. And there's a huge spectrum. 5 days in office, the other side is 5 days remote. In the middle is this playing ground of what happens if there are 4 days in office and 1 day remote. If a company chose this model, what they're basically saying is the way of working is in office, but the 1 day remote is basically for focusing on actual work versus wasting time in a meeting. Right now, this is in the flexi curriculum. If you flip that and you said 4 days remote, but 1 day is in office, this is still in the spectrum, but it means a very different thing. It basically means your primary way of working is remote, because 4 days you are spending individually, and the 1 day is meant for culture. So depending on how flexible or not flexible you want to be, it changes. Is your office time more for culture? Is your office time more for productivity? And I think that starts to shape a lot of requirements for spaces. I think in the next few quarters, it will be uncertain because we don't have a verdict on what works better for any company. And hence, the easiest thing is for us to have flexible workspaces, right? But I think as companies start to standardize and figure out what works for certain teams, what works for certain scale, the requirement for workspace will become more predictable, right? So the flexi workspace will become less flexi because I know what I need. But what will change is what workspaces do, right? So if I'm going to build an office which is going to be more on remote first, then I don't want a lot of seating. I actually want phone booths in the office, right? So that people can join their Zoom meetings even while they're in the office. I want a lot of meetings where people can actually, amphitheater style meeting rooms where people can get together and have whiteboarding sessions, right? These are not required if people are going to be sitting in office all 5 days, because then I need a lot more seats, and those seats need to be homes for those people, right? So people do want a permanence with the seat they're sitting on. They just can't, go to a different office or go to a different chair. So I think this for me becomes the flow, and I think we're living in a time which is uncertain. It will take probably some more time to figure out. So while the flexi debate will be the need for some time, it will probably solidify. But what offices do will drastically change in terms of how we look at the next year versus what it was the year before, depending on the evolution of what each team prefers.
So you will give teams the option, you see companies giving teams the option of choosing whether they want more work from home or more coming into office. I don't see, frankly, I don't know. My industry will never be given an option, though you're not frankly required to be in office while you're reporting or doing field work. I guess those would apply to sales functions if you are required to sort of go out of the office and meet clients, etc. But I don't know how it works across the board for other companies where the option of working with, like, for instance, manufacturing companies, the traditional, if you may call them the legacy businesses, they already calling people to work during the pandemic. Even if they're not required to be in office, they can very well do the job from wherever they are, but they don't understand that. And they feel that, this whole thing about second wave, third wave, first wave, there is no wave. You just have to come and sit in office and work with masks. It's okay. So I think it's about what kind of companies and what is their mindset which will help them. But from an efficiency point of view, have you seen your efficiency increase, decrease, and are you looking at more flexi workspaces to sort of manage your requirements of real estate? How are you from the company point of view taking this?
It's very team dependent. You're right, and it's not even team. It's a lot people dependent. I think the flexi workspace aside, flexi way of working is a tough model. Perhaps I personally wouldn't recommend it, because within a team, you can't have half the people showing up, the predictability is very important when you work as teams. For example, in UC, when we didn't have very strict lockdowns, we've had some teams which would constantly show up to office because it was very hard to do work remotely. But some teams really thrived for some time working remotely, right? For example, engineering, like these are all teams which always have seen working from office as the default. But when they actually were pushed to work remotely, they developed good ways to be equally productive, if not more. So I think it's shaped by the team. But if I kind of extrapolate to a year, 2 years out, it is very hard to maintain a pure work remote office or a culture for any team. End of the day, we are all social beings. We work and innovate as a team, and some of those things become very hard. So I think teams can choose to have somewhat of a remote setup, but in a predictable fashion, right? So that teamwork does not get disrupted. And hence, when it comes to workspace requirement, I think even workspace requirement will become a lot more predictable, not flexible. I'm differentiating between way of working versus flexibility, which are two separate debates.
So,
okay. Malini, I would agree with Raghav here, and I'll come in here for a minute. I think that's very, very important, depending on the technology that the organization's putting behind people to deliver a lot more remotely and to work from anywhere. That's important. Secondly, very important, workplace strategies. And that's really where workplace strategies come into play. And then taking your employee through the entire change management process of what the organization is expecting, depending on the task and the what that employee is performing in terms of his employment, whether he's a coder, whether he's just leading a team. And how do you really whiteboard, as Raghav mentioned? It's practically very, very difficult to sit across a Zoom call scheduled. In an office, you could go across to your team lead, to your colleague, solve together on certain situations if you're working in a group. And to do that across a Zoom or a Teams call, it's not easy. So one is technology, on what organizations are implementing in terms of technology to deliver a lot more remotely, which is a lot more expensive. And the question is then, what tasks are they performing? And then how do you create that overlay that workplace strategy for the organization, depending on the kind of business you're in? and then make sure that change management process, that hand-holding of change management, to be able to take your employees through that entire process is very, very key. And that's where HR and business and the CRE, corporate real estate teams, really come together to provide that overall strategy for that organization. And partners like us who provide workplace strategy and change management really work with HR and business functions when we overlay a strategy. And we've done some great work, and we continue to do some great work for a lot of corporations, whether they're smaller companies or larger corporations, on their evolution through their workplace strategies. And then that gets implemented in terms of the kind of environment you're going to create going forward. How much of me space versus we space do you really require? And how do you really look at your overall business strategies long term? I think workplace strategies and change management is a critical aspect of the overall portfolio strategy that an organization will look at. I think that's a big, big key. Partnering with business, HR, and your corporate real estate services teams to really create that strategy for that organization going forward.
Interesting. I hope somebody asks me a question. Do you want to go back to work and face Bombay traffic or not? But having said that, I'd like to bring in Mr. Anil Gupta onto this. What is your understanding? How are companies reacting? And what will the new world be in that sense? What's the new world going to be like? How will workspaces be treated by companies? And in India, of course, real estate, owning real estate is something that it's a mindset, as somebody mentioned earlier. So how are you looking at companies? How are you working with companies on this particular topic?
So Mali, thank you, and FICCI for bringing me here. Just to give a brief background, I used to head Honeywell India, and then I worked in GE all across the world, India, Middle East, Asia Pac, and the US, right? And came back. I do a lot of consulting work with companies, boards and companies, as well as I'm also at this point advising Styleworks. It's from a perspective of a user, a multinational conglomerate. I think a lot of points have been covered here. Just a few points I just want to bring and come back to your questions here. I just want to talk about complexities of a multinational, right? When I was heading Honeywell in 2002 was 1,000, and in my time it was 11,000 people, and now it's 15,000 people. We had four technology centers, engineering centers. We had 11,000 employees. We have 5 manufacturing. We had back rooms, global services, BPOs, KPOs, right? As well as we had call centers, as much as we also had project sites. And the whole complexity, if you look at as multinational, because my job was basically discuss how multinational look at these spaces and what are the complicated discussions, right? So you have, under my, we had 4 SBGs, business groups. We had SBUs, 69 businesses. Now the whole discussion comes across what's happening pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. I also worked in GE USA. Earlier in America, virtual offices actually had started. Technology was a great driver. You had virtual offices. We were allowed to work sometimes from home, go back 2 days fixed back to headquarters with California and all sort of stuff. So the trending had already started from that perspective, right? Coming back to India, there were big issues which came up. One was 2008, at least in my time, financial crisis took place, meltdown took place, a lot of cost cutting came into picture. Furloughs came in picture, huge real estate. The positive of American companies, they don't own real estate, they rent real estate. That's one of the directives of most American companies, GE, Honeywell, possibly Cisco, the big thing discussions. They own only real estate where there are research centers or inbound facilities per se, right? But you're stuck up with long-term leases, huge cost. Now, as a CEO, I have 2 major focuses. 1, cost, cash conservation, and leverage on my balance sheet. Point 2, employee performance, employee wellness, and talent management. That's the 2 criteria I have, which I've, of course, cascaded down to real estate teams and the business leaders, right? So from that perspective, if I look at what's happening now, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, clearly, and I think Arvind and some of the people said they're stuck with lots of real estate. It's clear that now you need to ensure that your cost structure is such a way that there's more variable cost than fixed cost, right? And hence, real estate is one of the biggest costs. In many boards, NCC boards and Reliance boards, I've been also CEO of Reliance, built the Bombay Metro and the Delhi Metro. The issue always comes is rooftop consolidation. How do I reduce that cost? How do I reduce the fixed cost? I can't get stuck up with long-term leases, which again leverages my balance sheet, which again is a liability in my balance sheet. I'm talking from a CEO financial perspective, right? So what is the next solution? So the companies are now, on the company perspective, you have cost issues. Cash is king, because in pandemic, cash is king. You need to have more variable cost than fixed cost. That's one aspect. On the second side, you have to manage the employee well-being, employee performance, and talent management, which again is the indirect cost. At the end, the soft side, we always say the employee performance impacts the performance of the organization. And facility management is one of the hygiene factors which actually enables that discussion, right? So I'm not trying to cover so many things that have been covered across, but I'm just trying to make just a few points predominantly. Is now, what is the best solution? So if I'm in the board of, I'm discussing how do we manage both aspects, clearly more things are happening that we need to move towards a flexible operating system, a flexible work-life situation. And one of the biggest enablers are technology. Now, Honeywell, being a Honeywell, ex-Honeywell CEO, obviously Honeywell is in the technology business, smart buildings, intelligent buildings, so collaborative tools, Microsoft, all are coming with the same discussions. How do I enable productivity, at the same time manage costs, at the time making a hybrid solution where you have flexi spaces and collaborative tools to enable organizations from both perspectives of the company side as well as the employee performance side. I think these are the critical things which are now slowly driving. Now we talk of culture, organization socialization, organization behavior, organization OD. These are important parts of every organization discussion, right? Organization culture. Now, culture changes with generation. Frankly, in my time, it was a very different generation with a different organization structure based on values of the company, right? If it's a G culture, it's a Honeywell culture. Within Honeywell, aerospace will be different culture, transportation will be different, chemical will be different, right? The multi-conglomerate because of the type of business in this. But what's happening with the younger generation is getting more collaborative, right? It's a very different, millennial sentinel, it's a very different discussion. And I do a lot of work with millennial sentinel in different organizations per se. Hence, the culture is driven by the generation, by the values driven by the company, and obviously by other factors, such as technology. And now we have digital nomads. This generation is about digital nomads, right? The multitasking people. So hence, if you look at that culture vis-a-vis earlier culture, it's going to be a very huge change of discussion. The question of companies, how do I basically derive benefit from that? How do I work with this sort of generation along with converging the organization culture, but at the same time ensuring employee performance? That's the critical discussion of the whole thing. So I think because there's so many things have been already discussed, I thought, let me bring a perspective from a ex-CEO of Honeywell G, who's worked across the US, Middle East, and Asia Pac and India. And I think what I see right now, and I've discussed a lot of my colleagues, is companies are doing rooftop consolidation. They're cutting down on fixed costs, bringing in more variable costs. Long-term leases are being reduced. Business cycle, the tremendous issue we saw in 2008 and 2009 in the financial meltdown. And now the pandemic meltdown is coming, right? And there's huge discussions going on. The problem with business cycle is when there's a downturn, there's a lag. Before you realize the downturn, there's a lag. There's a huge cost implication. When there's an upturn, there's again a lag. You have not realized the thing. And hence, if you have fixed assets or fixed rooftops, you just can't manage the business cycle. But if you have a flexible space concept, hence you can do that. Now, and the other discussion I kept saying is, but how do you enable this whole sector? We have WeWorks, we have number of supply chain, we have customers. And what I strongly believe, and this is a discussion I got involved with Style Work, is aggregation now is going to be important for driving the growth. Whether what Uber did for mobility sector, what Amazon did for retail, what Paytm did for fintech, what oil rooms did for the hotel business, you will need to start having big aggregators, because there's not a multi-locational discussion. There's not a one discussion. There is a flexibility of pan-India discussion. If I look at my old companies, They're all across India. Project sites are across, sales are moving across. That's vendor management, supply. India has become a big sourcing strategy for many of the multinational, best cost strategy, right? So you have sourcing partners, you have vendor management, you have offices, you have project sites, and hence to manage all this, you need a strong aggregator who can actually manage the whole thing through a technology. Now, if I have an admin panel in G or Honeywell, I can just look at every aspect. I can manage all my spaces, all my movements. One more thing you should remember in multinational, there's huge requirements for compliances. HSC, health, safety, and environment was a big discussion. Now you're at product stewardship, and now you have sustainability discussions. That's why you're having smart, intelligent workspaces. You're having sustainable workspaces. There are employment practices where women diversity is very critical. And you need to have women-friendly spaces where disabled the employment practices, I need to have so much percentage of disabled or disabled people. Now I have to look at what's the possibilities on that in this front, right? So those are other things, compliances, which are very critical, and employment practices are very critical, and the whole aspects of managing both the bottom line and employee productivity. Hello? I can't hear you, Mali.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry. Can I take my question now back to Karan? How are you seeing this whole aggregation business? If you look at from a point of view of this, what was mentioned of using technology and platform being created. How do you see going forward, given that everybody is going to relook at the portfolio, everybody is going to reevaluate the long-term leases, whether you should own it or not, and that, the cost benefit analysis, of course. How do you see with developers getting into this space, large bucks chasing this sector and investments being made? How do you see the transition? How do you see the sector transforming, going by what demand is going to do to it? Because consumers are changing the way businesses operate. How do you see the shift that are happening in the sector and overall approach to real estate? How do you see that impacting? And I have one request: if we can keep the replies a little, snappier.
I'll try to keep it as short as possible, for sure. So I think
wants to speak on a subject that
I think most of the panelists actually spoke for me when it comes to this from all of the different perspectives of what's actually happening and why what we're doing is so relevant. And I think the important point to note just is that the mindset has changed, and everyone is now thinking about it this way. There will be new products, there will be new companies that form to kind of address certain needs. There will be niches that are formed within the space also to cater to certain needs. And from our perspective, we have a great vantage point to kind of consolidate all of it under one platform and one umbrella. And that's what is our strategy to do, to be able to provide a day situation, and we provide a solution for 7-10 years at the same time, and maybe provide a combination of those to an organization so they have a holistic working strategy. Aggregators will be beneficial to us. For us, it's another deal or a funnel flow of capturing a lot of that demand and actually channeling it to us. We also have launched our own sort of product called WeWork On Demand. This allows anyone to use our app as like a Uber-esque type of situation. So if you're traveling, you're around the city, etc., you could just book a WeWork location and just come and enter. And from an aggregation perspective, we see that bringing a lot more spaces onto this platform, whether they're third party, whether they're landlord vacant spaces, whether they're tenant vacant spaces that need to be reutilized. That can all actually like come in and become part of this larger funnel. So for us, we see everything working out the best. I think Sandeep, our global CEO, and I've said this, if Zoom was the pandemic company, WeWork is the post-pandemic company. And that's how it's going to be.
Do you want to take some time in explaining that, the pre and post pandemic? Yes.
I think the pandemic company got everyone, the pandemic got everyone hooked on to, being on Zoom. As we come out of this, everyone is going to, realize pretty much what everyone has mentioned on this panel, that I need, innovation, collaboration, and I need to come back to work in a flexible way. And I think no one else can provide that the way that we can.
I have one more question for you, Karan. Data security, I was told, is not a very big concern as it's made out to be. Do you agree with that? Or is this a concern? And if so, how are you addressing this concern?
It's definitely a concern. Both data security, cyber security is a concern from a occupier perspective. And which is why, I think high quality players who exactly know what they're doing and have the infrastructure to cater to those requirements, will become a big part of how MNCs grow. We are able to, do that for the largest financial companies in the world. We're, able to give them both data and cyber security. Another thing that we've seen is, static sort of VPN solutions that companies need, or business IP solutions that they need, where they have a data center and their own, firewall security in a different location, but their employees need to be able to connect to that from, a remote location. We're able to provide that infrastructure as well. And so you build a backbone within each of our buildings or assets to be able to cater to any form of requirement, both from space as well as a network and infrastructure perspective. Then you can actually cater to any type of requirement that's possible, right? We've even had requirements where the companies are leaving their traditional space, but they have a data center there. But we've given them space just for the data center within our space. And so they have the flexibility of moving out and, either coming to our space or working from home for a while. At the same time, being able to have the servers or the employees actually connect to their secured networks, and not necessarily actually moving any physical people within our space as well. So you're able to actually do anything with our assets because of how they're located, because of the infrastructure and CapEx already built out. You could actually provide facet solutions to a lot of these companies. So it is a concern, but you have to be able to address that concern. And that's why, that's the kind of infrastructure we build out in our spaces.
Excellent. Ram, would you like to have a go at this one on how
Sure.
when you're talking to customers who, for instance, you talked about a particular client in Hyderabad who has, a campus facility, but is in the current environment looking at flexible model. How do you sort of solve this problem? What is it that you give, how do you give comfort, and what are some of the other issues that typically would come up aside from data security and cyber security? How do you sort of answer those questions?
Sure. I'll also touch upon what Karan mentioned on the aggregator piece, because the aggregator positioning has always been there in some shape or form. That's why you have partners like us who advise clients to holistically understand what the client's need are and provide a holistic solution, from not just finding the right real estate solution, project managing it, and then managing it, the facility, on an ongoing basis. I think what the operators today are looking at is how can they be that aggregator of sorts to provide that holistic solution. But then the question comes a role play for the aggregator, which is an operator who wants to look at one who have their own facilities or their own centers and partner with different operators who they don't have control on, but have a partnership model. And how can you do it offline and online? It's easier when you're looking at it on tap for demand for smaller spaces, 10, 20, 50 seats. But if you're a large corporation, then you really need a partner like us to evaluate your overall strategy, as I mentioned earlier, who's then overlaying that strategy on your team, where your people are coming from, talent, etc., to then enmesh that with an optimal solution for you on your real estate strategy. So the aggregator business is great from a technology, but there's offline and online. But that's the role that partners like us really play in to advise clients. From a data security perspective, obviously the trend, and obviously with the government looking at ensuring that data remains in India for larger corporations, that's fueling the overall data center business in India. And clients are a lot more comfortable today from moving on-premise data centers to co-locating partners in providing their data center. And if you did outsource your data center operations to a co-locating partner, then the opportunity for the client to be able to deliver across multiple locations a lot more easier. Or if you did have your own dedicated conventional space, have your data center there. And data center is part of an essential services. The pandemic, the government did make those norms. And then you're able to deliver a lot more across multiple locations in meshing your strategy. But data security is a concern, and operators have addressed that, not just because of the pandemic, but even prior to the pandemic, on how they can solve for with dedicated lease lines, with dedicated data secure lines for clients. And it's not just the financial services sector, but across sectors. And I think the bigger concern today is not just the data security in the environment that you're in, but data security in your home environment as people are working from home or from independent remote locations, and how your organization is enhancing their technology capabilities in your laptop, in your machines, to make sure that there's no data breaches. I think that's again a big concern. And a lot of organizations have let that happen because people are working a lot more remotely. But I think that's a bigger answer to address. And there are enough technology companies addressing that, where you have a data patch within your system. If you're taking screenshots of any transactions, or if you move away from your screen, how that app shuts off, or the project you're working on will automatically shut off and you have to relog in. And they have specific relogin codes, etc. Because you could be having multiple people sharing a home, working from different organizations as friends. And we've seen enough data breaches around the world. It's not just in India. And I think what organization put in place of technology from data breaches is going to be important. The data center piece is one critical part, and having dedicated lease line facilities or data centers within a flexible environment is one part. But what organization will implement in the laptops or computers that they provide their employees from a data breach perspective, that is equally critical.
Right. That is, are you also working with human resource functions to figure out which ones could be the hub, which ones need to be in the spoke, which ones do not need to come into the headquarters on a regular basis and could, work out of places which are destinations which are closer to their homes? Do you see that also happening? Do you work with companies?
Absolutely. CBRE has done a regional and a global partnership with a large HR firm to be able to provide that overall cascading strategy for clients. It's a new launch, and we're formally going to launch it next month. But we've already partnered with a global organization to be able to cater that human aspect of our workplace strategy. And we'll be talking about it more in the next few weeks.
Oh, okay. That's great.
We're taking the entire advisory piece to our clients at a very different level, because the clients are looking at us as a holistic partner, because we provide them portfolio strategies, we'll provide them workplace strategy. The human part, the HR part, was an aspect that we really wanted to bring in providing them the holistic advice, because we do, apart from workplace, we're also providing them the actual transaction side of the business, which is implementing that strategy and project managing and then overall managing that facility. So we as a global organization are providing clients with a holistic solution, a partner that can really add value to what the client strategy should be going forward.
And would you continue to be relevant if the aggregator Uber model comes in? Do you still see a role?
Absolutely.
Or do you see that the disintermediation happening in that business as well?
We've already launched our global listing platform, which is on demand, where you can evaluate space. So you can click a button on cbre.co.in and you have a listing of all the available opportunities. We're taking it to a different level, and I don't want to talk about it right now, but we're taking it to a different model where a client can actually log in. He'll be given a unique login and password to then evaluate what evaluation he has. But it works for smaller occupiers who have requirements for 10 to 50, 100 seats. But it doesn't really work for larger corporations, because you need that overriding large advisory piece to look at their portfolio and their business holistically. It's great if you have a startup who's looking for 20, 50, 100 seats. But the real value add that we bring is to larger corporations and to the startup ecosystem, because we are handholding even startups today on their entire growth strategy. They don't want to overpay for the space they're committing to. They don't know the real estate business. That's why they need professional advice to make sure that the landlord is not ripping them off. A lot of companies have global tie-ups with firms like WeWork, and we're able to secure better deals for them in India. I think that's the value add we bring.
Right.
We create that competitive environment to be able to show a differentiator what we really bring to a table than them just talking to an operator. How does a client know what A operator versus B operator can operate? We do a full evaluation of the facilities, whether the facilities work, don't work. We have a full checklist of what really happens in an environment. We have enough feedback on operating cost. We know what are the different costs. So we have a full detailed matrix to be able to really showcase a client the value add that we bring to a table when we advise them.
Right.
I think that's the big difference.
True, agree with you. Arvind, what's your take on culture? Culture eats strategy for breakfast. And given that, the sharp shift that the pandemic is going to trigger when it comes to how people work and how do they engage and how do they sort of collaborate for that matter. Even when we go back to normal, a lot of very large global corporations like yours tell me that it's not going to go back to what it was. So how do you see the aspect of culture? You've seen, CEOs trying to come and change cultures and it boomeranging. Yahoo is a classic example with what happened with the lady CEO, Marissa Mayer, if I'm not wrong, on asking people to come into work because work from home was flexible, which she thought was not creating enough bonding and enough work. How do you think you'll address the issue of culture and how does it fit into your flexible strategy, which is a very viable one from a business point of view, but still, how are you going to look at what are the expected challenges from a culture point of view?
So Molly, that's interesting because, I'll give you a classic example. So, NTT has companies in varying sizes, from small companies to, 50,000 people companies we own. So I'll give you an example of my own company. So NTT Global Sourcing is about 50 to 60 people globally, right? Headquartered of the US in Texas. So we initially had an office within one of the NTT Group company offices, and we had a floor and up floor, and we were, office based. As the pandemic hit, real estate, evaluation started, and my CEO a couple of months back early in the year talked to us as leaders and said, what do we want to do and where are we and what's happening? And we ourselves, advise on the real estate strategy within NTT Group of companies. So it's a very interesting situation for us. Like we are in that role, but he's also asking us about our office. So finally, it was decided that we have teams in India, in Mexico, in US, and we are spread over. And as we were not coming to office anymore, we took a conscious decision to actually give up all our real estate space and went down to a small, flexible shared space within an NTT office, right? And we said we will take a few seats and we'll use the meeting rooms and that's it. So we've all gone to a home-based environment. So it was a very big change because my boss was very big on coming to the office. Now, interestingly, I, in my role for the last 16 years working global business, have always been remote. So this is not new to me. So this is a pandemic thing, but I always worked at home. I've always been on the road. I never saw an office. I saw an office, whichever one I went to, worked there, and 2 days later, I'm on the road again. So it was different for me, but it was a big challenge because as I hired people globally in my own teams, in India and others, we had to start managing the cultural aspect of what NTT Global Sourcing was. Even though it's a small company as a startup within NTT, but we had our own culture, we had a certain vision, mission, everything, and my CEO was very particular on certain things, especially the bonding part. And it was a big shift. So we actually have spent a lot more time now. As we hire people, we find the right cultural aspects of them integrating into our organization culture, into what we believe in, how we work, what we expect, making sure they're coming from different companies like the HPs of the world, Unis of the world, joining NTT Global Sourcing, the expectation that tomorrow we will not have an office to go to. So yes, you may have a space within an office you can go use for a meeting, but you're not going to really have your own space. There's no more identity in that sense. So it is very important, Malini, we had to translate into a corporate culture that was very space-driven to a very virtual environment-driven, where we as leaders all own the responsibility to share, build, manage, and create that environment in a virtual world that allows us to still feel part of the same architecture. It's a very hard push, especially The biggest issue that we're dealing with is work-life balance. When you used to come to an office, you had a start time, had a cutoff time for the most part. You took your break, you had a coffee break, you had a lunch break, you had a session that you didn't have to work all the time. You're socializing, you're networking and things. Now that was taken away. Now your day starts at 6 in the morning in a global role and we end at 11 in the night. Sometimes it's 6 days a week. It's exhausting. And the separation has gone away. The layers have blended. Now you're working, it feels like you're working all the time. Even a meeting is on lunchtime, breakfast time. You're just, constantly working. So we had to take a break and literally pause 4 months back in our own team and take a break and incorporate back the culture as if we were going to office. So we gave people more flexibility, allowed people to reschedule their life around it, allowed people to take a break. If it was too exhaustive in the week, hey, you need to work half a day Friday, just take it, make a change, because it was killing people mentally, physically. It was exhausting, right? And so Malini, it's a tough challenge, but it's very critical that we create a corporate culture that is core to the fundamentals of what we want our business to be, but then find a way as leaders, HR leaders, professional leaders, owners of the business, to come back and create a model that allows from the time you hire and bring them into the team to managing day to day, to as they grow their career with an organization, to have that wavelength that makes sense as if it was a normal world. Because you're right, we will never go back to the normal. In my company, my CEO made it very clear this year that we are not going back to the old way. It is done. We've let go our space. We're in a virtual world. You come as you need and you work. So that has happened now. We can't take it back. But it's very important that we all participate. And also, Malini, one of the big changes is mental health is critical. I'm seeing people getting exhausted badly in this world, okay? So I think we need to really use the space. And this is where I think Flex plays a big role, because when we are doing tie-ups with companies, we actually have the flexibility where we have something called as a global pass. So if I am in Delhi and visiting Delhi right now, and I have a team in Gurgaon and I have a team in Mumbai, if we want to meet together in Delhi for 2-3 days, we're able to take up that space. I don't need to go to an office, right? I can take a cool space, meeting room, office space, come, collaborate 3-4 hours a day, meet, and then we're done. And we're back in a home environment work. So that's where I feel the flexibility plays a role and culture plays a role. And even in the, what we call the high space model, which is work at home, satellite player, flex office player, and hub, we are creating the cultural aspect, including technology, including cyber security, all of these principles being adopted with an understanding that when they come to work or they collaborate with each other, there is the virtualization of the cultural aspect, which is very key. And that's something from HR down, everybody's promoting, managing, and we don't want to lose that. And that's why, Malini, we can never go 100% flex. We will always have to have a hub and spoke. We'll always have a work at home. We'll always have to collaborate. And that's why, but what we are doing though, is we are making sure the tactical work is becoming virtual and home-based. And we really want to bring people to work where we gain the most, which is socializing, networking, collaborating, innovation, transforming the way we run business for us and our clients. And that's where the blend is going to happen, and that's what is going to help us sustain going long term.
Right. Interesting. I'd like to take this to this question aside from you. Can take it to Raghav. Raghav, what's your view on the cultural aspect now? And how are if from your company's specific point of view, if I may ask you, how are you looking at looking at this model, and how are you going to address the culture issues?
I'd have to agree. I think culture is strategy for breakfast. I think the reason it's important to understand what culture is. Culture is not the soft party time in an org. It basically is a framework for every employee to take decisions, right? And culture is irrelevant if you're a very small team. Culture is only relevant when you're a really large team and when your senior tenured leadership does not have the time to sit next to you and tell you how to take decisions. So instead, what you do is you'll sit down, you'll actually think really deeply, first principles, lay down the 5, 6, whatever. Cultural pillars of a company, I mean, explicitly or implicitly, and that's what the org uses to make decisions and plan their own strategy. I mean, it becomes really hard to do it virtually, of course, because people aren't taking decisions in front of each other. When you're on a Zoom meeting, you've already done a lot of the thinking, right? And you're presenting the end goal. So the process of thinking is often hidden in a pure virtual world. And I think that's what becomes a little challenge. Like, for example, for us, we have about 1,300 employees spread across 4 countries. And that's, I mean, you guys we were talking about aggregators, right? Like we have technically we have 40,000 folks, service professionals who have been forever, I mean, regardless of pandemic, working remotely, right? They don't have any office, and in a traditional world, they would have gone to a salon or a shop, but now they kind of do it differently. And I think the reason is, as a company, you're able to set forth the culture and the contours and the rules of the game. And then it's very easy for folks to enjoy flexibility because it's known. And that's how an aggregator works, right? Similarly, as a company, where typically people will come in the office, same things happen. You want to set certain rules of the game, certain ways of deciding. Pandemic makes it harder. So we've gone through our own cultural journeys. We've actually evolved our culture in explicitly stating this is what it meant in year 2, which looks very different from this is what it means in year 7, because decision making needs to be different. I'll give you an example. Hustle used to be a culture pillar, right? Working really hard and like just killing it, like the typical hustle word in all its jargon. And we changed that to ownership because we realized after 2-3 years of executing in a rocket ship setting, just working hard is not enough. You have to own problems. You have to own the end outcome, right? Inputs are fine. Outcomes are probably more important. I think this is the evolution of culture. What makes it challenging in the last year is now with remote work, how do you set it right? How do you, we have teams which have more than doubled literally in the last year itself, right? For some of those teams, we've continued to hire. Now, all these new people have not actually seen anyone live outside the 2D screen. Becomes super hard, right? For them to understand personal background, becomes super hard why certain people are the way they are, right? Because they're only seeing the transactional part of work. No matter how hard you try to create meetings and kind of jam together, it's just really hard. So I think some of those factors start to play in terms of culture and pandemic coming together. And I think, as Arvind said, like flexi work and all is great, but the bar on setting the culture is higher, because as soon as you want flexibility, in fact, it's a paradox, right? Flexibility is, to give flexibility, you need a lot of predictability in the back end. Otherwise, you can't guarantee flexibility to the other person. And that predictability comes by setting some of those culture pillars before you aspire to kind of go to the flexible side.
Right. How are you evaluating or looking at your real estate portfolio, and what do you plan to do with it?
We shrank a lot in the pandemic, right? I mean, because we could not be in offices. Now we have real estate, which is obviously not as much as pre-pandemic, because not everyone shows up. There's certain teams. We have a lot of operations. We have a lot of training centers which operate, for partners, and that you can't run effectively with a pure virtual remote setting. But it's still fairly reduced. I'm uncertain. I'll be honest and say I'm uncertain how it will pan out in the next year, because I think for the teams, for some teams, the debate is unnecessary because going to offices is known that, hey, they'll probably thrive better. But for some teams, the verdict is not known. Will remote work be better? Will a hybrid model be better? Will come into office be better? And I think that's where office space is uncertain, right? Do we need more space? Do we not need more space? And I think that probably like just 1 year of trying some of these things will probably give a better insight. But wherever we do expand offices and expand teams, their flexi workspace, regardless of pandemic, becomes very important, because we don't know how quickly will the team expand. So why do we want a predictable office setup? We'd rather use something like a WeWork or an equivalent when the team is young, when a city is going to expand, right? Let them expand, come to a certain degree of predictability, and then figure out our own investments into it.
Right. Deepak, do we have time for some more questions, or would you like to ask audience questions?
Actually, we've already overshot around 20 minutes, and I did have questions, a lot of questions, but some of them have been answered. A couple of them were for Karan, I think he's left, and one probably last question I can take from audience. This is for Raghav, and it was already asked by you on the data privacy side, but that was from the operator side of view that Karan answered. but what about the user perspective? So Raghav, would you have anything to add on to that? That will data privacy would be a major challenge for you, or is just a fad and it doesn't really matter? You can manage your security on your own.
See, I'm an engineer by profession, so I can spend a whole day talking about this. I think that the short answer is it's super important. I think this is regardless of the flexi work or remote pandemic topic. Privacy and security are both are separate, by the way. Like privacy is about protecting a user, security is about not getting hacked. Right, both are very important topics, and have only become more important because the world has become more digital. So, I mean, you could store things in a locker box or in a tijori, right? Why do that? You can do that digitally, right? But in a locker box, you need a security guard to be protecting that, and that was used to be the real estate investment, 50 years ago. Now you have to do the same stuff, but it just has to happen digitally. And I think it will only become more important because the world is young. We are still trying to figure out how security can be managed really well, right? For us as a digital first company, it's one of the hottest and the most critical topics. And you're always you can never be 100%. I think the companies tend to get it wrong is abhi bahut investment ho gaya, now you can sit back, you can't relax, right? Because there's always someone smarter who's going to figure out a better way to hack your systems, or policies are evolving and stuff like that. So I think it is a very important topic. We think a lot about it. I know, like we are in government panels and stuff. Policymakers think a lot about this, regardless of the country. So I think that's my short answer to that.
Great. Yeah. So I think Malini, since we are already and everyone would have some or other thing lined up, so we would like to wrap this up here. And on behalf of FICCI, I would like to sincerely thanks all our panelists, some who have left, some who are present with us, and Malini for moderating this session. I think the huge spectrum of issues were covered, from culture to aggregators, and this would really take it forward in a very positive way. I mean, I could only say, taking a cue from Karan's comment, that if Zoom was pandemic or current company, maybe WeWork would be the post-pandemic. So maybe similarly, it applies that maybe a flexi work space could be something which has to be seen very I could say a sunrise sector, post-pandemic. We can take that, and companies like CBRE and aggregators like Stylework, and even users like Urban Company will certainly take benefit of it. So on that note, thank you very much again for joining, and we will resume this summit's third session at 2 p.m. So look forward to having our audience joining us at that point of time, where we have 5 operators joining us, large operators joining us, to share the views on from the operators end and what they look from the government side to make their life easy, to make their business easy, and we shall discuss the same in the session. So signing off, and you all take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Live now, sir.
Okay. Because what happened in the morning for 5 minutes, it was not live on our internal platform, but it was live on YouTube. So just wanted to make sure that it is live on both the platforms. Great. So let's begin. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I think this is a gentleman's club out here today, and thank you very much for joining us for this third session of the day, Future of Flex Growth Drivers for Operators Ecosystem, which is the subject of the session. And we have some of the top leading operators among us, including Nitish from SmartWorks, Mr. Amit Ramani from Office Space, Rishi Das from IndiCube, Kunal Walia from SimplyWork, and Sparsh Khandelwal as an aggregator from StyleWork. Pulkit, who heads the flexible workspace solution vertical in CBRE, is going to moderate this. And since I've been playing the bio part of everyone, I'm not going to waste time on it, and you all are very well known in your fraternity. So over to you, Pulkit, for taking this session forward.
Thank you, Deepak, and thank you for that kind introduction. Yes, we are all very familiar to each other, so I think an introduction to each other may not be required. But of course, as we go along the panel and formal questions are asked to each of the panelists, it'll give context to everybody's background as well. But just on that note, putting a quick perspective into where the flex sector is right now. So the flex stock in India has grown almost 4 times in the last 5 years and is nearing about almost 39 million square feet today. This growth has been backed by strong and sustained demand from MSMEs, startups, and large enterprises, and has also been accompanied by constant innovation in product and offerings from both domestic and international operators in India. The adoption of Flex has only been accelerated further by COVID-19, and we should discuss, like I said, with our panelists today on various aspects of the future of Flex in India. And in line with the same, my first question goes to Mr. Kunal Walia, who, alongside being the founder of SimplyWork, which is one of the largest flex operators or managed office operators in the country right now, he also has an investment banking background and also is a serial investor and entrepreneur. So delving on that, Kunal, we are witnessing an IPO boom in India at this point of time, right? So do you think that the flex sector also has reached that level of maturity that we could soon witness an IPO in this sector as well in the country? And what overall also do you think would be the future of fundraising in the flex sector? Kunal, you're on mute. Yeah.
I think two things are very separate, right? To the IPO, you're not just looking at a certain scale, you're also looking at maturity of processes, you're looking at acceptance of the business model, a lot more awareness, a lot more institutional capital has to come in. But to raise funds, right? I mean, that's the whole private equity. And if you're really talking about a boom, talk about that. I think you're minting the 80th unicorn today for this year already, which is really where, the focus is right now. I think you will see, and, some of the panelists here have already raised quite a bit of private equity capital. I think I'm pretty much the odd one out when it comes to that. Hopefully we'll correct that soon. But you will see aggressive investments into this space. And that's largely to do with, like you said, it's a 4x growth in the last 5 years. And by all means, it's not stopping from any evidence that, any of the panelists along with me can share. You're looking at literally doubling that over the next 2 years as well. Given that massive growth, given the maturity of the occupiers that you're attracting to this space, given the maturity of the business models, unlike, let's say 3 or 4 years back when this was more about a valuation chase, now it's about a real business. I think a lot of people here, including myself, can claim to have a significant amount of revenue, a significant amount of lock-ins, a significant amount of technology, a significant amount of processes, a significant amount of differentiation to, let's say, a traditional landlord, which gives it some maturity. So I think while an IPO might still be out by 2 or 3 years, hopefully, you were still looking at, massive amount of capital that should chase this sector. There is still an overhang because of, what started last year as a pandemic and hopefully, a rare occurrence and not a regular occurrence, which has taken a step back, right? Otherwise, I think this kind of investment you would have seen in the sector last year itself. So hopefully things are delayed a bit, but you would definitely see more attraction of investor interest in the space soon.
Agreed, agreed. And again, like you mentioned, I think I'm sure Rishi, Amit, Tish, all of their organizations have already raised private equity capital, in the journeys of their organization. So I just want to check if they had any views, on this, and they wanted to add anything to what Kunal mentioned.
So, Pulkit, I think clearly what's becoming very evident is that capital is available on a tap, right? Because of the liquidity that's created in both public and private markets. Whenever that happens, clearly capital will chase businesses that can give, first principal returns, right? Right now, it's chasing also where the profitability is not really required, but I think clearly at some point or the other, the euphoria will settle down, and businesses will chase places where you can get better return on capital employed, you can get profitability into the mixes and so on. And I think our sector is one of the early adopters of that first principles. I think I can say that probably for all the panelists on this discussion, is that we clearly look at the numbers and are able to turn that around fairly profitably for our respective businesses. So I think it will happen. I think the question is it 1 year, 2 years? But I think it'll certainly happen. And capital, private equity, and will certainly change this sector for sure.
Sure. Thanks, Amit. Sure. I don't think if there's nothing to add from anybody else, I think I'll probably want to point my next question to Rishi. Again, adding a little bit of background, other than being the founder and CEO for IndiQ, which again is amongst the largest larger operators in the flex sector. Rishi also brings in a wealth of experience from talent consultancy industry. So Rishi, drawing on that experience and exposure of yours, are you have you witnessed any uptick in hiring quantum by large enterprises in the last few quarters? And if yes, then which sectors and industries do you think are hiring the most, and how are they going about their workplace strategy? So if you could get some perspective from you on that.
Sure. Thanks, Pulkit. So hiring is at an all-time high. You ask me today, more than hiring, people are losing. Attrition is a bigger challenge companies are facing. Just to give you a perspective, in CareerNet, we were 1,000 recruiters last year, October, November. Today we are 2,000 plus people. So, and I must tell you, in 20 years of my career into recruiting, I have not seen a boom like this. That is a level of hiring which we are witnessing. And multiple factors are contributing to that. So some of like what Kunal and Amit mentioned, of course, like if you talk about the unicorns, the startup, typically, and so much of digital push has happened. So as a result, massive hiring is happening in these companies. A lot of offshoring has increased because now this whole myth that people have to be in office only to work, and there was a lot of resistance to offshoring from US or elsewhere. I think because of COVID, people are realizing that if they have to pay somebody 250K or 200K in Bay Area, they are better off having that person sitting out of Bangalore or NCR or wherever. So as a result of that, what we are finding that the offshoring is very, very rampant today. And we clearly see that what companies were hiring, honestly, I will say, I will not name it, but if you look at one of the big five, they were hiring almost 8,000 people a quarter. They are hiring 8,000 a month now. And people are not asking, like companies like Accenture are making 10,000 lateral offers a month. Campus hiring numbers are north of 30,000 in each of the, I will say the big 10 today. So massive hiring. So I think that's a very healthy sign which is there. And attrition has also picked up quite a lot. Like today, if you see for IT services companies where joining ratios used to be about 70%, typically the joining ratios are down to about 40% now. And big MNCs like the top dollar paying guys whose joining ratio was 90-95% is down to about 70%. So attrition is a huge issue over there, and people are shopping, and wage inflation, if you look at in the tech world, is easily, I will say, 25 going up to 100%. There are good number of cases where the salary hikes are 100%. So it is absolute madness. Like typically, our teams are scared of picking up customers' calls, the kind of business that is coming in. So huge. That's a good thing. But the flip side to some extent is that this is mostly confined to the tech sector. So if you look at the other sectors, we are not witnessing that. You talk about, say, manufacturing, or you look at even banking, financial. So there is growth, no two ways about it, but not at a level which we are seeing in the tech side. So yeah.
Sure. And on that, again, just taking this a little forward. So how are these companies? Because if they're hiring so many people and barely any of them have maybe opened their offices to the full potential right now, right? So how are they going about acquiring real estate for these guys, or going by the workplace strategy? Because if they're hiring so massively, they'll have to plan for that as well. And is also, if and what role is the flex space playing in that planning? So if you could get some perspective.
So basically, you see what we see today, if you ask me, the big push for companies to ask employees to come to office is attrition. See, if I'm talking mostly about the tech sector, typically, like where people by and large, from a productivity point of view, have been able to stabilize the things. Hired so many people that assimilation of these people, and they're not getting laterals, so they're hiring a lot of freshers, assimilating these freshers and all is becoming a huge challenge. So at one end, if you ask any HR or corporate, they want their employees to come back purely because of attrition and lack of assimilation of new employees and all that. At the same time, they are so scared today to ask their employees to come that people may pick up another offer. So to be honest with you, it has become a bit of a catch-22 situation, and somebody will have to bell the cat. And I believe personally, we are seeing that it will be the larger companies, because we see that government is pushing a lot of comeback. All large IT companies or e-commerce online companies, you see, there is a lot of push from the government that open up, get employees back. So I think the bigger companies will show the path, and then the smaller companies will start coming in. So purely because of attrition, people are a bit skeptical of a comeback. But having said that, if you look at certain roles like BPO or where the socio-economic profile of people is different, the infrastructure at home is quite weak and all, those are the sections where we are finding that the comeback is the fastest. And also startups, because the big USP of startups was basically cohesion, interaction, and all that. And that definitely has taken a beating. So I know a lot of founders who are now going to offices in the tech side, sitting out there, even if a lot of people are yet to come back. And a lot of people who are slightly more conservative, they are waiting for second vaccination. Hopefully, it should get done in large cities by end of this month, or maybe good part in September. So it is gradual. It is 15 to 20%, I will say, the comeback has started. But yeah, a good way to go. So attrition is working on both fronts, actually. It's a push and pull both, yeah.
Got it. And I think that's a very comprehensive answer, Rishi. Thank you for that insight. On that note, we'll move, to the next question for Amit, right? Amit, Office at this point of time, I think, has one of the largest network of centers in India, and which has built up rapidly, especially post-COVID, right? So the question here is, what is the strategy behind this network growth? Because I think if not 50%, at least 40% of this network was evolved in the last post-COVID, right? So is this coming from some feedback that you've been getting from your customers or potential clients that, we would need network and in these locations? So just want to understand the strategy and thought behind it, and how does that benefit the end user or the occupier going forward? Amit, you're on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, sure. So I think from the start of the business, we've been very clear that distributed work is the way forward for all organizations, right? The terms that became popular post-COVID were the basic foundations on what we built the business: hub and spoke, distributed, remote working, and so on. Today, I think, with almost 100 centers, 14 cities, we have an office center in a 15 to 20 minute driving radius across all metros, and growing in the tier 2 cities as well. So going forward, there is a paradigm shift where work and place are kind of getting split, right? Earlier, the workplace used to be where work got done. Today, it's become very clear that I can get my work done wherever I choose, right? And so place becomes a byproduct of how you get your work done. Having said that, the models that will work at overall from a large standpoint will be that people will come back in a more of a 70% in a central kind of a location, 25% work near home, where the distributed model really becomes effective, and maybe 5% will continue to work from home in the new normal. As people come back, I think employees will drive the choice. And to Rishi's earlier point, today, if just the fear of calling somebody to an office can lead to a resignation, you can imagine what the choice that people will have when they say, I will work, you can't force me to travel 3 hours every day. So I think for organizations, it will become paramount to essentially recast their complete strategy. And we feel as organizations come back, they will continue to have a central location for various reasons of brainstorming and some of the other reasons that Rishi also mentioned. But they will have to partner with flex operators to create that network. Because I don't think any organizations in India can claim of 100+ locations where they can situate their employees. So they will have to partner with flex operators to make that work. And to your question, is this coming from a customer standpoint? I think partly it is very small amount right now, but I think most customers are in this hold pattern right now. They are working on strategies, and we are obviously in multiple discussions. But I think when the normalcy comes back, I think this will become the new normal. And I think I've always believed in this Victor Hugo quote that nothing can stop an idea whose time has come, right? So flex spaces were gaining momentum pre-COVID, even amongst large corporates. But the lockdown really helped everyone experience the benefits of flexible working. And I think COVID has just accelerated that evolution, and I think it's here to stay forever.
Well, again, totally agree with our answer, Amit, and thank you for your insights on that perspective. My next one's to Nitish, right? So, Nitish, I think, again, I'm sitting with the, amongst the top 5 operators of the country. So I have to say, SmartWorks is already one of the largest brands of the country when it comes to the flex space, like everybody else said. But you already have an extremely diverse client profile, that has to be said. And so my question is that post-COVID, are you witnessing any different kinds of sectors or industries or team types that are now signing up for your product, the SmartWorks product, or the Flex product in general? The kind of people or the kind of companies that you think were not sort of into Flex space before, but after COVID, they've begun to adopt now. So is there any insight on that?
No, absolutely. I think, Pulkit, before COVID, a lot of our focus and generally real estate in India has really been focused towards technology, right? We've seen most of the uptake, whether it is traditional or, the larger campus sort of take-ups that come in from technology itself. But what we are seeing is a shift from a lot of those traditional mindset companies also coming towards a flexible workspace solution, right? They're also saying that if I want to get better talent, if I want to retain talent, I need to give them all the flexibilities possible, which some of these larger companies are able to do. One of the biggest questions in everyone's mind is to retain talent today. It is not about creating just a workspace, but it is creating a workspace in which the talent can come and you can replicate the experience of some of the larger brands that have opened up their own campuses, and that's why we're seeing a significant amount of shift of people who traditionally, like manufacturing industry, BFSI, all of these guys were still entering into flexible workspaces, but that was just a part of their office, right? They were just saying, all right, 10% of my workforce can work out of a flexible workspace because I want that flexibility. But I think that sort of rationale has changed, and people have started saying that now, instead of 10%, can I make it 50% or 60%, right? Can I get, because it gives me an access to a larger pool of talent, because I can spread my offices across different locations. And secondly, it gives me a flexible solution till the time I don't figure out what my workspace strategy is. I think one of the things which will help our industry grow significantly quicker than traditional when we come back is the fact that people are still figuring out what their workspace strategy is going to be, right? We are the ones that are going to help them understand this better, make sure that we provide them all the sort of flexibilities that they require for the next 2 to 2.5 years, and then help them shape that workspace strategy post this phase of the next 2.5 years. So I think, we are seeing a significant amount of shift, not just from the tech industry, obviously that's still coming in, but others who were a little cautious about entering into flexible workspaces like BFSI, I heard you guys did a deal with over 800 seats with with one of the players soon, right? So these are deals that you have started hearing about now, which are opening up to the sector, which is a great thing for us.
Great. And, I think that wants me to take this question, in a way to Kunal as well, because Kunal, like the other panelists said, your organization also majorly is involved in providing bespoke and customized solutions to large enterprises, right? And of all scales. So, like, of course, we've heard about the requirements for flexibility and the requirement from network. But in terms of space design or in terms of lease optionality, are you hearing newer things from the clients post-COVID as compared to what their requirements used to be before? Are there newer or different things, and how are you sort of accommodating those asks?
To be very honest, Pulkit, I think we are the most boring business model. We cater to straight-jacketed, old-school guys. We are the guys sitting in Bangalore with a jacket. That represents our clients as well. And we don't, we've always kind of been the traditional partners, right? Our approach has been, how do we partner? How do we solve an issue for you? We've not really tried to invent or time markets. Going back to what Amit said, and I absolutely believe that in my investment banking philosophy, that you can't stop an idea's time has come. But I'm always afraid of what the time is, right? I mean, somebody has to whisper it that today is the day, because look, we don't own the asset, right? I think that goes for everybody on this panel. We are leasing these assets. So if we are timing it wrong, we are in major trouble. So we've been always cautious. We are okay with a slower growth. We are okay with a steadier change. We are okay with, let's put it this way. We are very happy if the customer comes and tells us, let's go to Ahmedabad and set up a center. In the absence of that, I am not the first guy, and I'll never be the first guy. But like I said, we are the boring guys, right? So we haven't really seen much of design changes. Yes, to a certain extent, people want more collaboration spaces, people want more meeting room spaces. But we've always traditionally catered to a 1:5 kind of a meeting room ratio, right? So there is, for every 5 employees, there's one meeting room space available. That's been traditional. That ratio's moved from 1:5 to 1:4. So there isn't really that much of a change, because, like you said, we've always been bespoke. We've always been catering towards large corporates. They have well thought out, well-designed strategies. It's not for us to kind of come in and advise them. To a large extent, these are also accounts that take services like yours, go into much more detail, have far more resources than any of us, and have a well thought out strategy in terms of what kind of square footage, what kind of density, what kind of norms they are into. And our job is pretty much saying, hey, we are happy to do this for you. Is there anything that you need in terms of innovation? Can we show you some more technology stack? Can we show you some more in terms of how design can be done better? We will always offer, but more often than not, we take our guidance from the client. We believe that the client brief is the overall arching thing that we need to fulfill. And the trade-off for that is we are less experimental than most people on the panel as well, and most people in general, for that matter. So boring, like I said, but I deliver what I promised.
Pulkit, you're on mute.
Yeah. Sorry. No, thank you so much, Kunal. And I think great answer. And I think that's what the industry actually also needs. They need all kinds of players, right? So because we've got a lot of type of clients, we've got a lot of kind of problems. So we need somebody to solve each of them. But taking a cue from that, and and also what was said about recruitment, there's a lot of technology, right? So hiring's happening in technology, and Nitish mentioned about technology. So Sparsh, again, you're running essentially an online technological, an online aggregator for flexible workspaces. And I think I mentioned at the beginning of the session, we've reached a stock of 39 million odd square feet today, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is 70 million. In the years to come. So what role do you think, or what kind of role do you think the technology aggregator platform will play in the future of this sector? And also, how is this technology benefiting the end users and also the flex operators that you're sort of partnering with for this?
Right, Pulkit. So, I think there are 4,000 centers in India, roughly, if that number is correct, close to. Right, at the moment, how the growth is projected is, that could be 20,000 centers in next 3 years or 4 years, right? Taking the commercial market share maybe to 15% or 18%. If these things continues, and if the pattern continues in this particular sense. So I firmly believe, that for any industry for that matter, be it, hotel aggregation industry or any industry has grown up when the supply and demand has grown up. There has to be a need for advanced aggregation platforms, right, that can, solve the problems for occupiers, for B2C customers, for B2B customers, and also extend the hand to the operator players. So what I think is the B2C aggregation is the first component that comes in, right? That a simple aggregation line, we could list the platforms, we can offer memberships, help the visibility, and make one marketplace, where everybody can come in and see through it. But going more deeper into it, how COVID has created the situation around the push around hybrid models, hub and spoke models, walk to work, and all of it. If you'll see from the holistic perspective, this is a shift from centralizing to more decentralizing quotient of officing, right? And as we move towards more decentralizing, I think for organizations, for admins, for facility heads, for HR heads, they need an entire suite infrastructure technology to manage this. And what I mean by that is, if we have a B2B product suite that involves an admin panel and that is linked to, say, an application like how it works for Uber Corporate or Ola Corporate for that matter, and that is backlinked for to check-in checkouts, and it comes back to the admin panel, the entire thing. So what admins can primarily do is they can create these different kind of flexible memberships. Now these different kind of flexible memberships could be one brand membership, one brand in one center. These could be multi-brand, multi-brand and multi-center. This could be one brand in multi-centers. There could be various memberships, right? A membership could be formed up with amount of open desking and some conference room. The good thing is that admins in this decentralizing mode, if they have to really go on this hub and spoke and hybrid model, they need a technology infrastructure through which a suite admin panel through which they can do all of these things. They can allocate different teams, different memberships. Also, they can change the access of memberships from time to time basis. All of that is happening manual today, right? If that will continue to happen manual, the shift won't come in soon, right? So that's what we primarily also focus upon, to bring in that entire product suite so that how we can open that up. And it also primarily just not involves membership allocation and stuff. It also leads to intelligent forecasts, roster settings, and other derivatives of this, hub and spoke hybrid and new scenarios that the admins and facility heads needs up, right? If we give them memberships, they also need to set up rosters. They also need to see forecast that, okay, this is my usage is going, this is my centralized billing, how it is going up. This might be the optimization that I can do to reduce my cost or increase my cost. So all of that, are the components of the product or technology that can come in the aggregation market and take the industry to a next level, right? And then helping it out to operators by, from the visits perspective, from the awareness perspective, from multiple users perspective.
Perfect. But I'm tempted to ask from that, right? So because you said there's a lot of forecasting that can happen. Could one use this technology, or are you using this technology to sort of help operators figure out where they should take their next space? So for example, if you're tracking demand through this, where are people taking space and all that? Yeah. And these operators are the people that are catering for space to you. Do you think this can advance to an extent that you can give almost an accurate answer of that? For example, if maybe Amit takes his next center in Bangalore in this micro market near this vicinity, it's almost 100% short to fill up in the next 3 months. So that kind of projections can be made from this?
No, absolutely. And, the artificial intelligence and machine learning and projections on both the ends, on the supply side and the demand side, is the future. And how it will roll out is, see, we are tracking right now from the companies that are using our product suite and the technology, that how their movement is happening, how they're moving, how the visits is happening, how they're moving to tier 2 cities or other cities, and how across the upturns and downturns, they're more of taking in these flexible memberships is changing up. That gives us a lot of data about the customer and on a deeper level, how it is moving up. We track the data and bring it over the machine learning understanding and consolidate some analytics and forecast to give it back to the operators that, okay, these are the heat mappings, right? And these are the heat mappings where it will forecast. It has a data backed by it, by the users of the customers and employees and how they move from different occupiers. It has the data of the upturns and downturns, how it is moving up. So absolutely. And it has multiple components, how it will evolve along the years. And I think that's what the future is. And I think that's why we're just here to uplift the industry and, also rise in the the capital markets and valuation. That was one of the questions internally, right? I think that's a major component since operator and aggregator function will grow parallelly in this market. It might be at a awareness level 2 or level 3 at the moment, like $10 million, $2 million valuation at this perspective. Operators move to 70 million, 100 million till now. But the point is, when do we touch $1 billion, right? When do we touch the unicorn mass in the operator industry? And that can only happen when the amalgamation will happen from the rise in valuations and deeper technology in aggregation and in operator function. So I hope that that answers your question. Okay.
No, that's very well. And we're watching you. We're watching you get to that billion. So all the best for that. But again, moving a little bit from this topic and taking this back to Kunal. So Kunal, one of the things we notice is that we are not the operators. Some operators have done a lot of good business in this country for many years, right? And including everybody on the panel today. And they've reached millions of square feet of portfolio in a short amount of time. But we're not seeing any operators from India so far going international, right? And why do you think that is the case? And of course, I will probably want to take everybody else's perspective on that as well. But why do you think that is the case? And do you think that's going to change, going forward? Or do you think it's best run if this business is best run domestic?
So I'll give you an anecdote on that, right? I had the same thing, and a couple of quarters back, we reached out to somebody. I won't say which IPC, but let's say somebody very senior, and said, "Hey, could you connect us to your Singapore and Hong Kong counterparts? We're exploring this." And this is where incentives really come in, right? And the chap said, "To be fair, India is literally the largest office market in Southeast Asia, right? So why don't you just be here?" And that's also a lot to do with how incentives are structured within IPCs, which territory gets what for what introduction, and let's not get into that. But on a more serious note, I don't think this question will be valid for too long. I think there are people on this panel itself which are in very advanced stages, and all the best to them. And while we are also somebody who was quite keen, I do believe real estate, no matter how much artificial intelligence and heat mapping you can do, will always be a touch and feel business. I would want to be in a location, see the place, see it in the day, see it in the evening, see it in the night, and probably see it a couple of times over the weekend before I commit. So call me old-fashioned that way, right? But so given the fact that we're not allowed to travel right now, and we all understand and respect safety is important, but let that open up. And I think that equation will change. Because if you look at how operators are structured across the world, leave the US out and leave the noise out. But if you look at any other territory at this point of time, I don't think you would have the kind of scale concentrated in the top 5 or 6 operators that you have in the country today. We are lucky we are one of them, but there are people who are doing far better than us and have a much better and a much brighter future, I would imagine, on this panel. And I'm sure one of us would be, would make that question redundant in about a quarter or two, as soon as the travel is allowed to start. I do believe, the time has come for not just the co-working space or the operator space, but generally for India to start dominating the rest of the world. We are seeing significant amount of D2C brands in India, which have done the India first approach, gone outside. One of my very close friends just recently exited an education business, which while started in India, run out of India, had 80% of their revenues coming out of the US. So you will see more of those, right? And I don't think the operators will be left out of that. There is absolutely nothing regional, locational tying us down, because like I said, we are not in the asset business. We are as comfortable, I know Nitish is probably more than me, as comfortable in Bombay as in Delhi, right? So, it kind of makes it redundant why we should not be in Singapore or Hong Kong for that matter.
Perfect. And I think that's, but again, like I said, I would want to take that to the rest of the panel as well, I think, because again, we're sitting with the largest operators in the country. So Rishi, I think you had a point of view on this, right?
Yeah. So what Kunal said, I concur with that. If you leave the COVID out for a minute, and if you look at the absorption numbers, typically, say till 2018 or 19, a place like Jakarta, which is basically 95% of Indonesian economy, was typically a 2 million square feet absorption market. Bangalore, 14, 15 million kind of a market. So I think we typically the last 5 years COVID, Bangalore absorbed almost double the real estate of what Shanghai absorbed. So India, definitely the scale is very, very different. The complexity is huge. And if you look at, India offers opportunities at every possible price point. So there is a very, my personal belief is that from a network point of view or presence point of view, it may make more sense to be in the Asia Pacific or maybe some other parts of the world. But if you purely look from a scale point of view, I think there is India is absolutely unparalleled. I cannot think of many sectors, maybe one or two more sectors, where the market size from at least the volume point of view is as large as US. We absorb almost the same amount of commercial real estate that US absorbs. This is all pre-COVID kind of a scenario I am taking. So I believe that there is a clear scope for a 1.0, which will come out of India in this space. Already all of us on the panel are solving problems which are very different from some of the international operators. Somebody asked me on the in a panel discussion that how do you differentiate from the international operators? I said that this country requires affordable food and affordable transport before we can provide free beer in the office. Right. So yeah. So I think that pretty much sums up. We don't need a tuck shop at the office, right? People in this country want for $1 a full meal in the office. You can't have banana and chips in your cafeteria, right? So I think there is more than enough. Maybe from a presence point of view, it may make more sense to be international. But I think this is a huge market, and with tier 2 and all that coming in, and so many micro markets being present even in the big 6 cities. There are 50-60 micro markets within the top 6 cities itself. So what is Whitefield and what is MG Road is two different worlds actually in Bangalore itself, right? So that's my take on that.
No, I agree, and the India has the perfect 3 Ps that is great for any business. It has people, it has potential, it has problems. So I think that make it the best market for any industry. But again, thank you so much, Rishi, for that perspective. Nitish, Amit, would you have any thing to add to that question?
No, absolutely. I think, while last couple of years, all of us here on the panel were focusing on creating a brand within the country. But what all of us have very successfully done is replicated that model in different geographies, right? While almost all of us here have had at least 5 or 6 different cities in which we have our presence here. We've followed our customers where they have shown their requirements, and essentially if you're able to do it in India, which in itself is like 4 countries combined, right? Because what you offer in North India compared to what you offer in a city like Bangalore or Chennai is very different, right? So I think the fact that you learn so much from within this country, I think it'll be easier for some of us to sort of expand into a international region, understand the intricacies of those regions, and if our customers are asking us, and if we can follow them, then why not, right? The potential is always there. While India on its own is a huge market, we'll still keep growing here, but if you have the potential, or they have the ability of stepping into an international market and replicating what you've so successfully done here, then why not get into that? So I definitely see that happening over the next 12 to 24 months. And I think what COVID has done is given that opportunity, right? A lot of people would have been, not so okay with a new player coming into an international market and trying out their office space. But since everyone is trying out new strategies in their office space, it's a good time for us to sort of double down and take advantage of this space.
Correct. And, like you rightly said, I see what I also see a lot is that, for example, a lot of each of your clients, right, who took up space with you a couple of years back, a lot of them are replicating, or let's say are taking fresh space with you in other cities because they've had great experience. And I think that's true for everybody on this panel. And they're now taking larger and larger spaces. So to your point, what Nitish, you said, right, it's only a matter of time. And the question was that now, since people who are taking space with you in Chennai are also taking space with you in Mumbai, will the same people want to take space with you, in Singapore? And given that most of the kind of clients that everybody on this panel works with is usually international companies, right? So that's quite possible in my view. And I think, like you also said, that the operators in India have reached a place, given the so many years of the amount of work they've done, that they have almost reached, if not completely reached, the international quality standard to be able to compete with, global operators in other markets as well. So look forward to that. But Amit, sorry, you had any take on this?
I have a completely contrarian view. At least I can say it from our standpoint, we have no desire to go international. A whole country like Vietnam equals a Pune market, right? And if you go to, let's say, the US or the European markets, every country will behave differently. In the US, New York is completely different than San Francisco, having spent 12 plus years there. It sounds very easy, right? But if you really look at those markets, the building quality in the developed markets is far superior to what you get in India, right? Where do we come in? We come in because we bring in the capital and then we operate and deliver that service to our clients, right? In all of the developed markets, Singapore, Hong Kong, New York, the landlord is paying you tenant improvements, right? Beyond that is just, on top of it, the global players are already set up, right? So why would a local player have a fighting chance? So we have no desire to go international, not at least in the next 36 months. I think India is a huge market where we have just scratched the surface. We are in 14 cities. We expect to be in about 20 cities in the next 24 months. And I think India, as you said, the problems creates opportunities. And I think the skyscraper is still to be built. We are at the ground floor of the opportunity. So no desire to go international. I don't think it's feasible for us, as at least as office, to even think about that.
Perfect, Amit. And again, while it's a contrarian view, there is a lot of content to agree within that as well. So I think only time will tell where things go. But, on that, Amit, because you mentioned about the potential and different markets, right? So Office has been building its portfolio essentially at the back of landlord partnerships so far, mostly, right? And so my question is, after COVID, right, how are landlords responding to the need of flex in their building? And is there any difference in attitude when you approach them for a partnership structure before COVID and post-COVID? And I also want to add a layer of that. Do institutional landlords respond to that question differently as compared to HNI or standalone building owners? So just want to get your perspective on that.
Sure. So, Pulkit, we have been very clear from the start that, at least for us, the only way to develop a successful business model that delivers value for all partners is in partnership with our landlords, right? We see the partnership as the hardware, where the landlords bring that to the table, and we see ourselves as the software that kind of brings that service delivery. We have curated about 70 partnerships across landlords across India, which has grown 2x in the COVID scenario. So clear testament that the model works well. Landlords have understood that flex has to be part of their portfolio and a necessity going forward. We started the journey with being thrown out of most meetings when we proposed to landlords to say, you put in the capital, when I make money, you make money, in an environment where we know how most landlords behave. I think it has been a uphill task, but clearly the situation has changed to a point where we are now able to pick and choose partners in every single market, right? Because from a model perspective, we are probably one of the only ones that are doing this. We curated to your question on institutional, we curated the partnership with Prestige, where we today have close to about 500,000 square feet with them across 12 properties, and it's grown on the back of delivering for them in the first few, and then obviously growing that portfolio. So we see all partners as equal, where we are tasked with delivering a superior returns to our landlords, be it institutional or HNI. I think the key difference between the two is scale. A Prestige scale is very different than any HNI landlord that I can talk about. And at Office, we don't look for a win-win situation, right? We look for a win-win-win situation where we are always cognizant of the fact that everything we do has benefit first for our community, then for our partners, and then finally for our shareholders.
Got it. And makes sense. And just again, one quick follow-up question on that. So, for example, you mentioned of and it's a very talked about partnership that you have with Prestige, and it set a great example for the industry. But does that sort of sometimes hold back the other landlords in other cities? And I'm not going to name any, but similar institutional developers who are in other cities, assuming that you're already in partnership with one, so they don't. Does that happen, or no? Everybody is very agnostic to who are you partnering with otherwise beyond their portfolio?
So Pulkit, is just like all IPCs are partners, right? I mean, it's the same logic, right? With Prestige, it's not an exclusive. Prestige works with other players as well, and similarly for us. And to answer your question on our other landlords, having any apprehension around it? Not at all. Obviously, the partners that are already doing their own co-working obviously will not, be interested. But all others are truly open, and we are very close to, announcing another large partnership as well. So,
well, that's good to know, and cheers to that. Looking forward to hear the news. But thanks, Amit. I would like to take this to Nitish, because I think Office has a lot of, let's say, what we call medium-sized centers across the country, in most cities in India, and SmartWorks has a lot of large centers across the country, but almost, exactly covering the entire market. So, coming and, contrarily, SmartWorks, most of the centers I'm assuming are on their own leases, right? But more than anything else, Nitish, the question I had is that I assume you go for the campus-like structure as a preference, and you try to give that kind of environment to your client. Again, is it coming from an end user feedback? Is there a strategy behind it? Of course, there is a strategy behind it, but like, what is the strategy behind it, and how does the end user benefit from this? If you could throw some light, behind that thought.
No, absolutely. I think our model is contrary to what Amit said. Our model is very different. We don't like to be going after and being part of multiple buildings, but own the entire asset and run the entire experience of the building. So while we're a flexible workspace company, we like to call ourselves as an experience company, right? When we are looking at an asset, we like to build everything within the asset. So we'll take up individual towers ranging anywhere from 400 to 800,000 square foot, right? Then build out all of the common amenities that your new age millennials require within their office spaces. So all our spaces would have amenities like gyms, creches. You'll have large cafeterias, multiple collaboration zones. Some of our new facilities also have squash courts, cricket grounds, cricket nets, futsal courts, all of these amenities, right? Because we're trying to create an integrated workspace experience for our customers. We're not trying to come and say that, we're just providing you a workstation and a chair for you to have that flexibility. I'm saying that I'm providing you the workstation and chair, but over and above that, I'm making sure that your workforce has the best experience possible, and I'm able to standardize that experience for your workforce across different geographies. So one of your points before this question was that a lot of our customers are moving with us in different locations also. While they start in one location, but we are seeing that network effect kick in which they're taking multiple locations. That's just because we are able to standardize that office experience for them. Whether it's a Bangalore or a Hyderabad or a Pune, essentially the kind of product that you're going to get, the kind of services that you're going to get, and the kind of experience that you're going to get is going to be standardized. And we can only do that if we own the entire asset. That's why from the very beginning, our strategy has always been towards scale. We don't mind committing to larger spaces. In fact, like our largest space that we have today is about 800,000 square foot. That has over 9,000 people sitting in that building, right? But the idea is that it's got all the infrastructure possible that you would have in a campus setting. And we've got people who have taken up 1,000 square foot, 5,000 square foot, 10,000 square foot also with us, who couldn't have replicated this had they created their own traditional office space. So I think for us, the biggest sort of sales point is the experience that we provide. And for that, we need to manage the entire experience of the building, right from the way you enter into the building, how you order food in the building, what do you do in your free times in the building, what are the amenities that you can use post business hours. In fact, one of our most used product currently is a online ordering system. You can enter, you can order grocery, and while going back home, you can just pick up that grocery from the space itself, right? So we're not just focusing on providing the design and the workspace, but also making sure that a lot of your errands are run by us. And with scale, we have the ability of doing that. And that's why our strategy has been fairly simple, and we're going to replicate that in as many cities or countries that we go.
That's a great viewpoint, and I think that must of course create certain stickiness. But I do agree, for the companies, for example, who can do their own campuses, they have all of this. But the companies that are going to take a 5,000-10,000 square feet office, they can't sort of build in that experience because of space. That would definitely add value. But because of replicating, and again, going to what Amit also said about network, Rishi, I have a question for you. So from your, again, going back to a little bit of how hiring is happening, right? Do you see that now that a lot of employees have gone back to their hometowns and some of them live in tier 2 cities, do you see that the companies are actually hiring, even though the tech sector or any sectors that are actually hiring, they're hiring in tier 2 or 3 cities? And so one, is that true? And do you think that if that is happening, will that be sustained enough for flex operators to consider putting in locations in these markets?
Sure. So today, if you look at large companies or even smaller companies, when they are hiring, a very large number of them are actually not asking where are you based. It's quite, if you ask me, a two-edged sword kind of a thing. Like, because 6 months down the line, if they ask the same individual to come down to NCR or Bangalore, we don't know what the reaction is going to be. Because at that point of time, there might be somebody who may be willing to give a local job there itself, right? Other than having the need to relocate. So today, I think, especially on the tech and the startup side, there is so much of madness that most of the companies have stopped asking this question. And we really don't know how the beast will unfold. And some people on the panel mentioned that over 2 years, it will take for the whole thing to evolve. Basically, so this is a beast where we do not have a clear answer, but any company you pick up today, on an average, I will say at least 100 cities, you see for a 500, 700 people company, the presence of employees. So it is quite a mix over there. Now, two things which are, of course, this talk about tier 2 cities has been in India for almost 10, 15 years. Governments have also been pushing at their level. I think the key problem was always finding the mid-level talent, these locations. So people were always wary that suppose you want to build a 50 people team, you require 4 or 5 mid-level executives. And that was always missing. It was only the freshers which are available. Now I think a lot of mid-level talent has become available, and people also are reasonably sure that if they join a company in a tier 2, it's not a dead end to their career. Earlier, people used to perceive that if they move to a tier 2, it's a dead end to their career. So initial belief is that a lot of this working from tier 2 should sustain. Again, early days, a lot of companies are talking to us also that we want a center in Coimbatore, Jaipur, and these kind of locations, purely because they see current heat map, a lot of people being there. But I will say it's a lot of Brahma and Shiva that is going to happen simultaneously over whatever couple of years before something stable or best practices will come in. But one thing which we are clearly seeing is the intra-city phenomenon. South Bangalore, North Bangalore, Noida, Gurgaon was always there, kind of a thing. So I think that kind of a polarization we are seeing, where companies are now looking at multiple centers within the same city. So that clearly is on uptick, and there the drivers are mostly larger companies because they know that people will not commute 2 hours a day every day for work and all that. That is a passe. So most of the companies are trying to be in the basically half an hour commuting radius. But again, people want to pick up some space, try out. Nobody is sure about adoption, and see that how this will scale up.
Sorry, thank you. I was on mute, but thank you. That's a great insight, Rishi, and I do agree. Maybe it will take some time for everybody to be sure that is it worth real estate investment or not. But I think on this panel we have Amit, who already has the office product already has some presence in tier 2 cities, right? So Amit, do you have a different view on this? From your experience of working in these other markets, what's your take on the same question?
Sure. So, Pulkit, we took a bet on tier 2 cities in the past 1 year, right? We expanded our presence in these cities, and we will continue to do so as even the new normal returns, right? It's clearly fits in with our strategy to have an office location in every single commercial district in the country. We have presence in Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, Indore, and Bhubaneswar today, which are operational. We'll soon add Jaipur, Lucknow, Kochi in our portfolio. And clearly what we feel is that I think the tier 2 story evolved way faster in the last 2 years than the tier 1 story. I think we were all busy, grappling, and still are busy grappling in some ways with COVID. But I think the tier 2 cities clearly have taken a leg up in the last couple of years. I think, in terms of overall size, yes, tier 1 cities will always find flavor, and 85% of the opportunity will be there. But I think because the base is really small in tier 2, the growth in those cities will happen very, very fast. And India Inc. has to take notice of Bharat, right? Where the future of our country will be scripted. It's not going to only get scripted in tier 1 cities or the 7 metros. And you have to go to Indore to believe that it is one of the best cities to live in. And yeah, it does have a nightlife. So we strongly believe that tier 2 cities in the next 2 to 3 years will be a large, will play a role in the growth of the country. And as a result, the opportunity for real estate.
Sure, agreed. And that also reminds me again, Amit, there's a follow-up question to this that I recall recently you've also launched a product that you call Office Now, which is basically giving clients optionality or flexibility to use the pay-per-use product. If I have to, put it on a high level. So do you think again it's a short-term fix right now because there's so much uncertainty, and some people are in tier 2 cities, some people are working from elsewhere, that you have to provide these solutions, or an operator should? Or do you think now these are long-term solutions, like in the sense that this will remain relevant 2-3 years, 4 years down the line as well?
So I think Pulkit, it goes back to my earlier point, right? That distributed work is here to stay. I don't think anybody is questioning this hub and spoke and distributed work. I think there is going to be a portion of the workforce which will never go back to that central office, right? What was the phenomena before was that everybody said, I will build a campus in a certain location. Please come and travel 3 hours every day because I have a campus in this location, right? That's what most corporates did. That's passé today. I think you can talk to any large, and you do, I know you specifically do talk to a lot of occupiers. Everybody would tell you that now the choice is going to be onto the employee. So I have to provide the solution, which basically mitigates the need to travel, 3 hours every day. So I think these solutions are, clearly something that are here to stay, and I don't think are going to go away. The second is proof is in the pudding, right? Post the second wave, when things came back, I can't find a meeting room for myself in my centers. So that clearly tells me that, people are, adopting this in a extremely big way. Today with 100 locations, we have 600-700 meeting rooms that are available within a 15-minute driving radius from all major metro locations, in major metro locations. So I think that's fair to say. And look what happened after demonetization, right? Even though the cash might be back in circulation, but our behavior has completely changed. Online payment has brought about a long-term change. I think once people try better, easier, and more effective methods, I think there is no going back, is my view.
Agreed. And I think Sparsh, a follow-up could be asked to you on that one, right? Because I think what Amit said should be music to your ears, because as an aggregator of such technology. So again, do you also think that there will be enough demand, enough sustainable demand, for this kind of product and technology going forward? And what I mean to also ask from there is, how easy do you think will be fundraising in this sector, or the back of this demand going forward, since you also mentioned about fundraising, in your previous answer?
So, I found what Mr. Ahmed and we've been talking across 200 companies in the couple of months after things have opened after the second wave. Telling Sparsh, give us the
Sparsh, your voice is not coming properly. Can you maybe switch off your camera?
Yeah, better.
Please go on.
Better now?
Yeah.
Right. So, I second to the thought what Mr. Amit said about, tier 2 cities, because we've been talking to a lot of companies. What they've been asking us is that, can we recharge with you, say, for 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs? And can we take from you, say, 1,000 visits, right? Or 2,000 or 3,000 visits? And we'll have access to, say, 600 locations of your 40 cities. And we'll just give that solution to our employees that these are 600 locations, maybe of different brands that, bring in through from the aggregator function. And the 600 location across they can use in, as a walk to work concept. Because when everyone's talking about walk to work, right? But how will you provide that walk to work concept, right? How do you say that, okay, let's go nearby, book it, send me a bill? How will that work primarily? Right? So that's where our focus is, to give them that structure so that actually this can work off. And when we are talking out to them, earlier they used to say that Sparsh, we might open office in January, February. But if you can give us this technology, we will start with this option to our employees from them and leave it to them that they want to come or not. And then we'll see for 2 months. And after 2 months, what we'll do is we'll realize back how they're using it. or how many days they're going in. We'll leave it open to them. And then maybe we can put in limits. Okay, 2 days office, 3 days office to me or to you. So, absolutely, that is working well. Even had demand for such kind of memberships where companies are asking to us that, okay, you have multiple brands, you have multiple locations across 40 cities as an aggregator. Can we get consolidated 150 seats across 10 locations of different brands, right? And we would do ME for each center on a different level. And can you play around flexibility between those? Is a question, right? Because they're saying, see, what is happening after wave one, there was a movement. A lot of people went to their hometowns. A lot of people went there. After wave two, again, there is a major shift that has happened. Some have gone to deeper hometowns. Some more people went to hometown. So they're saying in this upturns and downturns scenario, there is a lot more uncertainty, giving a rise to much flexibility that they need up. So can you make those kind of memberships that function, and we can change, we can swipe, we can barter, and we can do all of those things across brands, across operators. So since we're availing those, that technology infrastructure for them to avail that is making them possible to actually get into this reality of adapting hub and spoke and walk to work. So I think Fusion definitely a lot of.
I think your voice is a little bit patchy. So we're yeah. So maybe you want to shift positions and we can come back to this second part of this answer again, right?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, second part of the answer, what I was trying to say, is it better, Pulkit?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah. So the equity infusion side. So definitely, we see a lot of potential in the infusion side because if I tell you from the aggregator perspective, we have been doing international research from different APAC markets or even Middle East markets and other markets, right? Everybody has created up on the B2C aggregation side, but B2B aggregation and automation on the B2B side is taking it to 30%, 40%, 50% level. I know it cannot go more than 50%. Is an important point. So I see a lot of capital happening up there from that line.
Got it. Thanks, Pash. And again, quite comprehensive answer. So we are also at the top of this hour, but I have one last question and I would want to, ask that question to all the panelists. And, because we have a lot of experience, a lot of scale, a lot of power, and a lot of capital on this panel, but we also have a lot of diversity, that we've learned today. So my last question is that, sorry, somebody saying something? Okay. The last question is, what will be the USP or differentiating factors that key operators like yourself should or would want to adopt going forward to attract key clients and technically not compete with each other, but sort of differentiate yourself from each other. So for each of yourself, of course, I'm assuming there'll be a different answer. So perhaps you can start with Kunal. And Kunal, how would Simply Work be differentiating itself, any further going forward?
Look, I believe we are what we call a business services company. Our entire segment is what we call a business services company. The need for execution and being on top of things is far more than the need for differentiation to success. That's the parameter we live by. We don't like to sit down, spend strategy sessions trying to figure out how we're different from the other guys. We try and figure out how can we better the next day from the previous day. It is an execution business. It is extremely detail oriented. There is significant amount of compliances that fall on us, from employment laws to building bylaws to how the employees are walking in, what their experience is like. All of us have different approaches in terms of how we go about it. I think Amit talked about the fact that the experience can be same. What you need to do is spread yourself out, and the long tail of the demand is something that you should try and catch. There are permanent changes that they're trying to capture. And just talked about the fact that experiences have to be uniform, they have to be more controlled. So larger campus is the right answer for them. And either one could be right, and both of them more often than not will be right, because like you mentioned, India is a complex place. You have complex problems that we're all trying to address. You will all take different paths. I don't for a minute believe this is a segment that's been described as a technology quote unquote space. It is a business services space. Yes, today every business uses technology. That is extremely important and crucial. Those are table stakes, right? Those are hygiene points. But I don't sit down, we don't as an organization sit down in a board meeting and say, how do we differentiate ourselves from somebody else? I think our differentiation is something that we build over a period of time with every interaction, whether that's a client walking in, opening the door, to somebody using the washroom, to paying attention to hygiene aspects, to paying attention to reporting aspects. Like you referred to earlier, we have some very large clients. We constantly try and say, how do we become better in terms of making their lives easier, their lives more pleasant, our offices more inviting, while we still are what we call, again, like a business services segment, right? So the need for differentiation beyond the panels is not so much in real life. Again, that's my 2 cents on that.
No, I see. I think so. If I had to interpret what you said, in a nutshell, is if we can do it any better than we already do, if that is even possible, then understand the customer's need even better and in as much detail as you can, and deliver it to the last mile, and do that consistently. I think that would be my takeaway from what you said about Simply Work. Nitish, what's your take on that?
I think all 4 or 5 of us are anyways quite differentiated at this point of time. So I think that differentiating question is something that all of us have already answered with our approach on the business. I think very similar to Kunal, right? Our focus is not on differentiation but improving experience. How can we make sure that we go and ask our customers again and again, what are some of the other amenities, what are some of the other features that you would like within your office space, and how can we improve their experience on a day-to-day level, whether it is from making it easier for them in terms of management, or whether it's integrating more amenities so that the employees are happy. I think for us, getting that constant feedback from the customers to make sure that we are improving based on what they want is the most important thing. And I think digitization of the office space is also going to make a huge amount of difference in this entire space. Obviously, digitization for different companies is different, right? So while you can't offer a product, a tailor-made product, you'll have to make a tailor-made product for every customer. You can't offer a one-size-fits-it-all. But I think one of the new differentiators that we would like to create is integration of technology. How can I make sure that my office is ahead of the curve with respect to some of the digitization of the space, how you access the space, creating a completely touchless environment, making sure a lot of data that is coming from within your office space, from within your employees, you're able to give them back to the decision makers so that they take relevant decisions. So I think that's just one of the points that we are focusing a lot on. But I think in terms of differentiation, I won't call it a differentiation. I would just call it an enhanced experience from our side.
Focus area is basically, so that's,
yeah.
I think the takeaway is increase further focus on customer feedback and implementation of it, use technology and to improve experience and reduce redundancy. I think that's what my takeaway from what you said for SmartWorks would be. Great. Rishi, I also know that from technology, I know IndiaQ focuses very, very heavily on technology, but how would you want to answer that question regarding?
I think pretty much what Kunal and Nitish mentioned, I think, and very rightfully so, it is not so much about differentiation. I think it is about experience and how the experience can be a lot more holistic over there. One thing which we are seeing that basically from an IndiaQ point of view, we want to be a workspace solutions company. And if you ask me, real estate, interior, and services, I always call them the hardware, software, and the application layer. So we see that at some stage, there will be good decoupling that will happen between the three. And technology will enable a lot of that decoupling to happen. So there, a lot of us will be able to productize all these three to a very large extent and offer it standalone to enterprises, like typically just offering the services. Maybe the interior and the space could be from the organization. So workspace services, COVID definitely has accelerated a lot of that. So our focus going forward is that what IndiaQ will mean to any and every enterprise across the country, not just people who are out of IndiaQ commutes. So we want to go that far in our approach of servicing the clients.
Got it. So I think, again, the takeaway from that is make the integration between the hardware and software of the space services and the real estate so seamless that it becomes an experience, more than just a place to come visit and work. It itself, it has that experience using, again, technology and customer feedback. So perfect, I think. And Amit, last without the least, what is your take on that for Office?
So a few different things here. I think clearly, I think network is something that we are very, very focused on. It took us 5 years to get to 100 centers. We do the next 100 in 12 months. So we want to be the HDFC Bank of the country. When you think about a workspace, you think about a meeting space. We want to be the one choice that people think about, right? Second is service excellence. I think that goes beyond. If our customers love us and not just a decision maker who takes a call for those 100, 500,000 seats, but every single person that comes in every day, if they love us, then I think we have a long-term future for the business. And third is value, right? I think, we think in a more of a Toyota Corolla kind of an approach, reliable, delivers, trustworthy. And that also from not just from value to our customer who pays for that seat, but to our shareholders investing the capital to deliver, and then to our landlords who are expecting a return from that partnership. So I think those are three principles that we are clearly focused on and will continue to focus on for the foreseeable future.
Sure. So basically return on value to all stakeholders, providing the best network for client and increase client stickiness with as many possible ways and client delight as we can. So I think that's my takeaway from that. So perfect. So I think that I see Deepak again. I think that's brought me to the end of this panel and all of our questions. Deepak, I've already gone through the audience questions and we've covered them in our panel, so nothing to take from there. But from my end, I would like to, sincerely thank all the panelists for making the time, to join us here today and sharing your insights on various aspects and being so open about all the answers that were asked. With that, I will want to hand this back to Deepak. So for any conclusions and to take this forward.
Thank you, Pulkit. I think it was very well articulated moderation by you and good answers from the panelists. I think I just missed one point which I could not hear from everyone was on when Rishiji talked about the hardware application, software part. Within this ecosystem, everyone has talked about how you're evolving within your own small ecosystem. But outside that, what kind of interventions you also require, say from a government policy intervention or government policy support? So is there anything which because FICCI being sort of a bridge between government and the industry, and what happens in my 20 plus of experience, I've seen that niche segments, when they are evolving, they are no one's baby, and when the moment they get evolved, everyone wants to bring them under their fold, and it happens across platforms. So I just wanted to probably go and get a takeaway from that point of view, that what would maybe one or two areas where you all would require government support or government's intervention, or is it even required? You feel that we're capable enough at this moment of time, no intervention needed.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry. No, so I think there's definitely a lot of intervention required. We're a baby industry compared to the mammoth that real estate is in India, right? And we're just growing. I think one thing that comes to my mind, right, is treat it as a parallel sort of vertical to your to traditional real estate. A lot of things which are opened up for traditional real estate is not really opened up for us. For example, we don't have clarity if co-working can be a part of SEZs. A lot of India's business is driven out of SEZs. That is one area where if someone like us can come in and give that flexibility to the people who are looking at SEZ as an option also, that increases our target addressable market as well as make sure that we're catering to all the requirements of our customers. So I think there are a lot of other things, and I'll let the other panelists talk about it. But I think one of the things that comes to my mind is opening it up as a division to comparatively to traditional offices.
See, fully agree with Nitish's point that we are on the service provider side, we are on the supply side. We should not be treated like on the demand side. So suppose there is an IT building or there is a SEZ and all, we need to be classified the way co-developer status and all is there, very similar to that. Second point, we are not the owners of the real estate. So we are essentially a service category. So if you look at the TDS, which is at 10% today, But whereas if you look at for manpower providers like IKEA or TeamLease and all, it is at 2%. So basically because there is a big pass through in our industry. So from that point of view is a second point where I believe that 10% TDS is a big hurting point for the industry. It has to be more services. Third point is, if you look at the amount of confusion we have with regards to the GST on the interiors, basically movable, immovable, and all that, it's a complete landmine for a taxman. So and subject to their interpretation. So I believe that these are the three points which come to my mind where government intervention will be very, very useful.
Also adding to that, Deepak, I don't know if that, from the policy perspective is even possible or not. Because how I see is, if there could be policies, since the remote working and hybrid working is along the line, right? And we talk about smart cities, right? And as a bigger initiative, by no doubt, it is on auto mode that tier 2 cities would be growing up. But say if there is something that, companies with more than 100 crore turnover or 200 crore turnover have to have 30% of the employees in tier 2 cities, right? If anything related to that derivative, right? I think that would be a great move, right? In terms of the already made push and in terms of, what has been pushed through the policy side. And I don't think there's any problem in that, right? And that's a great move. Companies are also thinking about that. But what it would do is it would give power to the entire ecosystem, right? In terms of because I think the entire agenda of the summit was to discuss economic paradigm shift and the broader perspective as an industry, what we can do, right? As an industry, what we can bring in is the greater economic paradigm shift in the country, right? And that would give in a lot of bandwidth to the development cycle, right? When we talk about India. So that's my little perspective on it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else wants to add? Otherwise, we'll just wrap this up.
Give us a infrastructure status and simplify the compliances required in every state.
Yeah, so I think the compliances are more state oriented, and I think that needs to be specifically worked with the state government departments, and I agree with that. But I think this is good beginning, and as I said, as FICCI, we are happy to support in whichever way. If you can, I mean, we can look at creating a subgroup or a task force under FICCI Real Estate Committee and or any other mechanism to figure out that how we can address, because as you rightly said, Amit, that we are just barely scratch the surface, and you have a skyscraper to climb. So I guess it will require not just the ecosystem support, but the government support also at some point of time, and we'll be happy to have all of you in that journey, and FICCI can support in whichever way we can. So on that note, I think I mean the summary of the entire summit is that this space has a huge opportunity, as you only said, that we're just barely scratching the surface, and a lot of things needs to be done in it, and the India market itself is so big that the opportunities are unlimited, and hence we welcome everyone's suggestions. I've shared the report link with all of you, the FICCI CBRE report. I hope that will be useful to all of you, and we would like to remain connected with all of you to see that how in this journey we as industry group can or advocacy group can support you in bringing this sector to a different height than where it is, and would like to thank everyone of you for participating. I would also like to thank our partners, CBRE, Pulkit, and other teams, Stylework, Sparsh and its team, and we work in HSBC for supporting us in our endeavor. This was a very different and done in a very different kind of environment, and we hope that we can meet each other when we do second edition probably next time, and we all are pandemic free and move forward with this very, very bad phase of our lives. So on that note, I thank you everyone, and stay safe, and we look forward to being in touch with you. I would also like to just inform that the report to the audience, which link I could share here, but the report is available on the FICCI website, and you can download people who are watching this on FICCI Bike and YouTube platform. And at the same time, we will be happy to share it over email also to everyone. The bike platform remain open till 5 p.m. So anyone who's part of it and visiting it can, interact and try connecting with people who are already there on the visitor list and see that it helps you in networking. And with that, thank you very much, and we'll close this meeting now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah, thank you.